When the night falls silent, and every shadow in your room feels like it's watching, that's when the rules begin to whisper. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules. Here, we don't just tell stories, we deliver warnings, unspoken rules, forbidden rituals, and the chilling consequences of breaking them. Tonight's episode is a collection of the most terrifying creepypasta rules of the week. But be warned, the deeper you go, the darker it gets. And the final twist, it's not what you think. So turn off the lights, put on your headphones, and if you're brave enough to make it to the end, leave a comment below. Tell us which rule you'd never dare break. And don't forget to subscribe, because the night is only just beginning. Welcome back to Night Creepypasta Rules. Tonight, a summer lifeguard job at a small-town Ohio pool comes with 3 bizarre rules essential for survival, because sometimes the real danger isn't drowning. It's what smiles back at you from beneath the surface. Lifeguard training teaches you that head count is sacred. Working at Havenwood Community Pool teaches you some numbers are better left uncounted, and some smiles are warnings you don't ignore. They don't put that in the Red Cross manual. Here I am, Maya Reyes, back in my small Pennsylvania hometown of Havenwood for the summer. Perched atop the slightly sticky sun-bleached plastic of the main lifeguard chair. Below me, the bright, chlorinated blue of the pool shimmers under the relentless July sun, echoing with the cacophony of splashing children, shouted games, and the rhythmic slap-slap of wet feet on hot concrete. It looks aggressively normal, cheerful even. A standard summer job to save money before heading back to college in the fall. But beneath the noise, beneath the scent of chlorine and cheap sunscreen, there's an undertone. A stillness in the deep end. A flicker in the peripheral vision. A feeling. Ever since that childhood incident at the lake, the one that left me with a lingering fear of dark water. That water holds more than just reflections. This pool, Havenwood Community Pool, built back in the optimistic 50s, has seen better decades. The concrete deck is cracked in places, tiles missing from the deep end wall like lost teeth. The pump room emitting a low, constant, slightly strained hum that vibrates through the soles of your feet if you stand too close. It has character, as my mom would say. It also has Gary. Gary Kowalski has been the pool's maintenance man since approximately the Paleozoic era. He moves with a slow, deliberate pace of someone who has seen too many summers come and go. His face a roadmap of wrinkles under a perpetually sweat-stained baseball cap, smelling faintly of chlorine, oil, and damp earth. He mostly keeps to himself, tinkering in the pump room or patching cracked tiles. Jenna, the other lifeguard on shift with me today, a townie, perpetually bored, scrolling through her phone between scans, mostly ignores him. It was Gary who gave me the unofficial orientation during my first closing shift last week, while we were wrestling the heavy pool cover into place under the buzzing security lights. "Listen up, college girl," Ed grunted, not looking at me, straining against the heavy vinyl. "This place, she's got quirks. Old pools do. Got some rules ain't in no handbook. Rules for staying out of trouble." I had half expected jokes about cleaning the filters or dealing with unruly kids. What I got was different. "1," he said, pausing to wipe sweat from his brow with a greasy forearm. "Head counts. You do 'em regular. If your number comes up +1 compared to the sign-in sheet or what Jenna counts, you report the sign-in number. Don't mention the extra. Don't go looking too hard for who it is. Just ignore the discrepancy." "Ignore it?" I'd asked, incredulous. "But safety procedure. Safety procedure here." He cut me off, his voice flat, is not pointing out things that ain't strictly solid. "Got it?" I nodded numbly, unsettled by his intensity. "2," he continued, starting to crank the pool cover reel. Sometimes one of them gets friendly. You're watching the water, and one of the swimmers catches your eye, and they smile, real wide, right at you. If it feels wrong, If it feels off, like the smile don't fit the face, you hit that whistle on your lanyard, and you don't stop blowing till the smiling stops or they look away. A long, continuous blast, understand? Don't hesitate. A smile, you'll know it if you see it, he said grimly. Just blow the damn whistle. 3, he finished, finally securing the cover. Closing time. Everyone's gone. You check the logbook one last time for locking up, if nobody else. Not me, not Jenna, not the manager if he shows. Remember seeing that extra person you might have counted, or that weird smiler you whistled at. If there's no record, no sign-in, no towel left behind. Nothing. You scrub the log, take the chlorine scrub brush to any notes you made about him, any discrepancies in the count. Make the record clean before you lock that gate. Immediately. Don't leave it till morning. He wouldn't elaborate further. Just clapped me on the shoulder with a calloused hand, muttered Knight, and disappeared towards the pump room. Now, sitting on the high chair, scanning the pool, the rules feel absurd in the bright sunlight. Amidst the cheerful chaos, an extra swimmer, a creepy smile, scrubbing logs. It sounds like town folklore. Ghost stories Gary tells to spook the summer hires. Yet, his seriousness felt genuine, and looking down at the shimmering, inviting water, a deeper, older part of me, the part that remembers the dark pull of the lake, feels a cold tendril of unease. A child's laughter rings out, sharp and sudden, close to my chair. But when I look down, the kids are yards away, splashing near the shallow end. Just acoustics, I tell myself. Echoes in the humid air. But I scan the pool again, counting automatically. 27 swimmers. I check the digital counter linked to the gate turnstile. 26 entries today. My breath catches. I recount. Slowly. Carefully. Carefully. 27 heads bobbing in the water. My eyes meet Janice across the pool. She gives a bored wave, then looks back at her phone. She wouldn't notice. Rule 1. Don't point out the extra. The sun beats down, but a sudden chill raises goosebumps on my arms. The low hum of the pump room seems, for a moment, to deepen, like a slow underwater exhalation. The cheerful splashes and shouts feel suddenly distant, muffled. 27 swimmers, one who doesn't belong. My summer job just got a lot more complicated. The extra swimmer remained an invisible statistic for the rest of that afternoon shift. Every time I did a head count, meticulously, heart pounding, the number came up wrong by 1. 27 when the gate log showed 26 signed in. Latter, 32 when the log showed 31. Always +1. I tried desperately to spot who didn't fit, scanning faces, swimsuits, watching who interacted with whom, but they blended seamlessly. A kid splashing, an old man doing slow laps, a woman sunbathing on a floaty. Nothing overtly strange, just an extra unaccounted for presence somewhere in the bright chlorinated water. Jenna, oblivious, reported the correct number based on the gate log during our overlapping scans. I followed Rule 1, fighting back the urge to scream. No, count again. There's someone else. I parroted her number back to the empty office via the walkie-talkie clipped to my chair, the lie feeling thick and heavy on my tongue. Each time, a brief burst of static crackled back, longer than usual, before the channel cleared. Coincidence or acknowledgement? The psychological toll was immediate. Every shadow on the pool bottom looked like a submerged figure. Every ripple seemed unnatural. My lifeguard training warred constantly with Gary's cryptic rule. Duty demanded I account for every single person in the water. The rule demanded I deliberately ignore one. Failure in my job meant someone could drown. Failure to follow Gary's rule. The implied consequence felt far colder, deeper. My past water trauma resurfaced. Not as panic, but as a hypervigilant dread. A feeling that the water itself held a hidden danger. I was now being forced to ignore. As the afternoon wore on, the sun dipping lower, casting long shadows across the pool deck, I felt watched. Not by the patrons, but by the water. When I scanned the deep end, the light refracting off the surface seemed to warp subtly, creating shapes that weren't quite reflections. A faint, almost inaudible humming sound seemed to emanate from the main drain grate whenever I looked directly at it. Then I saw him, or thought I did, near the edge of the crowded shallow end. Mostly obscured by splashing kids, was a figure standing unnaturally still, water only up to their waist. Male, pale skin, dark hair, slicked back. Nothing overtly strange except the water around him wasn't rippling correctly. The splashes from the kids seemed to avoid that small patch of water, and he was looking directly at my lifeguard stand. My breath hitched. Was this the one? The extra? As I focused, trying to get a clearer look through the shifting bodies and splashing water, the figure slowly raised its head further and smiled. It wasn't a normal smile. It was too wide, too symmetrical, held absolutely rigid. The teeth looked unnaturally white, perfectly even, and the eyes above the smile were dark, fixed on mine, holding no warmth, no humor, only a kind of cold, ancient amusement. It felt less like a greeting and more like recognition, like it knew I saw it, like it knew I knew it didn't belong. Rule 2. If the extra swimmer smiles directly at you, blow the whistle, and keep blowing. Panic, cold and immediate, bypass thought. My hand flew to the whistle around my neck before the full horror of the smile could register. Before I could second guess, I put it to my lips and blew. A piercing, continuous shriek cut through the cheerful poolside noise. Patrons flinched, startled, looking around. Kids stopped splashing, confused. Jenna looked up sharply from her phone, annoyed. I kept blowing, eyes locked on the figure in the shallow end. The whistle's blast echoing painfully in my own ears. The effect on the figure was immediate and bizarre. The unnatural smile didn't vanish, but it seemed to flicker, like a bad TV signal. The edges of the figure blurred slightly, the water around it churning unnaturally for a split second. It recoiled, not physically stumbling back, but more like an image losing focus. Its dark eyes widening slightly, the amusement replaced by something that looked like surprise, annoyance. I kept the whistle going, pouring all my fear and adrenaline into the sound. The figure wavered again, then smoothly, silently, submerged beneath the surface, vanishing instantly amidst the legs of the other swimmers. I finally lowered the whistle, gasping for breath, my ears ringing. Several patrons were staring at me now, annoyed or concerned. Jenna was already stomping over. "Maya, what the hell was that?" she demanded, hands on her hips. "You trying to deafen everyone? See something?" I thought I saw someone struggling. I lied, my voice shaky. Near the shallow end. False alarm. Jenna scanned the area, then looked back at me, unconvinced. "Right, false alarm that required bursting everyone's eardrums." She rolled her eyes. "Try to keep it together, Reyes. It's just a pool." She stumped back to her chair, muttering about newbie nerves. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew the whistle had worked. It had disrupted something, driven it back. The cold dread remained, but now it was mixed with a terrifying confirmation. The rules were real. The extra swimmer was real. The rest of the shift felt like walking on eggshells over deep water. The encounter with the smiling swimmer left me deeply shaken. Sleep offered little escape, filled with dreams of unnaturally wide smiles and the feeling of cold water closing over my head. I dreaded returning to the pool, but the need for the summer job and a growing morbid compulsion to understand what was happening kept me coming back. Jenna remained oblivious, or perhaps deliberately dismissive, when I tried to talk to her again about the extra head count. The smile, the way the figure seemed to glitch when I blew the whistle, She just shrugged. Probably the heat getting to you, Maya. Or maybe you stared at the sun too long. Weird reflections happen on the water all the time. Just focus on the actual swimmers. Her determined normalcy felt almost like gaslighting, making me question my own perceptions. Gary, however, was different. I found him one evening after closing, methodically checking the chemical balance near the deep end filter intake, the underwater lights casting eerie blue shadows. I recounted the smiling incident, the whistle, the figure vanishing. He didn't dismiss it. He just nodded slowly, tamping down tobacco in his pipe. Rule 2, he grunted. Good you remembered. Good you acted fast. But what was it, Gary? I pressed, needing answers. Why the smile? Why the whistle? He lit his pipe, the match flare momentarily illuminating his weathered face, making the shadows under his eyes seem deeper. Don't rightly know what it is, he admitted, puffing slowly. Older than this pool, I reckon. Older than the town, maybe. Some say it's drawn here. Likes the water. Likes the crowds. He paused. The smiling. That's how it tries to hook you. Get you to acknowledge it proper, see it as real. Like inviting a stray cat in, except this one ain't friendly. And the whistle. Sound, Gary said vaguely, tapping his pipe. Sharp sound. Continuous. Disrupts things. Breaks the focus. Sends them back where they came from for a bit. Old-timers' trick for dealing with unpleasantness. Near water around here. Guess it still works. He gave me a sharp look. Just make sure you keep blowing till it looks away or goes under. Hesitate. It might. Latch on. Latch on. The phrase sent a chill down my spine. And rule 3? I asked quietly, scrubbing the logbook. Gary sighed, exhaling smoke. That's insurance. See, it wants to be here. Wants to be counted, he remembered. Be part of the record. Makes it solider, somehow. If you see it, if you interact. But no one else does. And there's no proof in the logs. It kinda glitches out. Can't quite anchor itself proper when the day's tally don't match reality. Scrubbing the book clean. Making sure there's no mention. No odd numbers. It helps keep it from getting a permanent foothold. He looked towards the dark, still water of the pool. Failed to do that? Well, heard tell of folks seeing the same extra face day after day. Clear each time. Until maybe they ain't the extra one anymore. His words were terrifying, hinting at a slow, insidious replacement. I spent the next few days researching Havenwood's history at Sarah's library. Wrong character. Fix, town library. Looking for drownings, disappearances tied to the pool site, or local water spirit folklore. Found stories of the creek that used to run where the pool now stood. Legends of something that lured children to the water's edge. Mentions of baptisms gone wrong centuries ago. Nothing concrete, but enough to feed the dread. The test of Rule 3 came at the end of a long, sweltering Saturday. Massive crowds, multiple saves, frayed nerves. Jen and I were the last ones out, double-checking the locker rooms, collecting forgotten towels as Gary finished securing the pump room. Ready to lock up? Jenna called, juggling towels and pool noodles. Almost, I said, my hand hovering over the daily sign-in-out logbook on the counter. Just need to reconcile the final count. My private tally, kept meticulously throughout the day, showed 157 patrons. The official sign-in-out sheet, however, only accounted for 156, plus one, again. And earlier that afternoon, I was sure I'd seen a fleeting glimpse of that too-wide smile from a figure half hidden in the splashing chaos near the diving board. I hadn't needed the whistle this time. It vanished too quickly, but it had been there. Jenna came over, glanced at the log. Looks about right, she said casually. 156, busy day. You remember seeing anyone weird? Like that smiler you mentioned? My breath caught. No, I lied. My voice tight. Didn't see anyone unusual today. Don't let anyone else remember them. Jenna shrugged. Good. Probably just stress then. Let's go. I'm starving. She headed towards the staff exit. Gary poked his head out of the pump room. All clear? All clear? Jenna called back. My eyes were glued to the logbook. The discrepancy. The memory of the smile. Rule 3. If no one else remembers them after the pool clears, scrub the logbook. Now, Jenna and Gary were walking towards the main gate, waiting for me to lock the office. I had maybe 30 seconds. My heart hammered, looking around frantically. My eyes landed on the industrial chlorine cleaner Gary used for scrubbing pool tiles. Left momentarily on the counter. Hands shaking. I grabbed the bottle, popped the cap, ignoring the acrid smell. I poured a small amount of the potent liquid directly onto the final tally line and signature area of the logbook page. The blue ink instantly blurred, ran, dissolved into an illegible smear under the harsh chemical. I quickly blotted it with a paper towel, leaving only a damp, bleach stain where the day's final record had been. The sharp, stinging scent of chlorine filled the small office. "Maya, you coming?" Jenna called impatiently from the gate. "Coming!" Jenna called impatiently from the gate. I called back, quickly closing the damaged logbook, shoving the chlorine bottle back under the counter. I locked the office door, heart pounding with adrenaline and guilt. I had just actively falsified, destroyed an official record, walking towards the gate, joining Jenna and Gary under the buzzing security lights. The large pool lay dark and still behind us, reflecting the twilight sky. But looking at its placid surface, I didn't feel relief. I felt the cold certainty that I had just erased the proof of the entity's visit, effectively resetting the board for its next attempt. And the chlorine smell clinging to my fingers felt less like cleaning fluid and more like complicity. Life at the Havenwood pool took on a sharper, more dangerous edge after I deliberately scrubbed the logbook. The near-daily head counts remained a source of low-level anxiety, sometimes coming up +1, sometimes unnervingly, matching the official tally exactly, leaving me wondering if that was now the anomaly. I grew hyper-aware of smiles, scanning faces constantly, whistle always ready, though the wide, unnatural grin didn't reappear immediately. It felt like the entity, its attempt to anchor itself thwarted by the Rule 3 erasure, was regrouping, observing, by Dash and Doe. The library research yielded little more, just fragmented folklore about water-bound entities in the region, things that reflected desires or mimic shapes, often tied to places of accidental death or deep sorrow. Hezekiah Blackbriar's Hidden Journal. Wrong story. My research into the pool's construction revealed it was built over a section of filled-in marshland adjacent to the old creek bed known locally centuries ago as Weeping Mire. Several undocumented drownings were rumored to have happened there. Ground Zero. Jenna, thankfully, seemed to have forgotten or dismissed the climax incident by the deep end and my subsequent questions about the logbook. Or perhaps some part of the phenomenon actively made people forget, reinforcing Rule 3's necessity. She remained friendly, oblivious, focused on her tan and her phone between scans. Her normalcy felt both grounding and terrifyingly fragile. Gary, however, knew I knew, and he knew I had acted. Our interactions became sparser, weighted with unspoken understanding. He'd extra chlorine tablets near my station without comment, or accidentally leave the pump room unlocked when he knew I wanted to check the ancient rattling machinery for anomalies after hours. He wouldn't offer answers, but he facilitated my vigilance. One afternoon, watching me meticulously scan the deep end, he came over, ostensibly to check the drains. "Water's tricky," he muttered, not looking at me. "Shows you what it wants you to see, especially still water." It felt like both a warning and a clue. The entity's presence began to manifest in subtler, more unnerving ways. Not direct smiles or extra bodies, but ripples. I'd be scanning the pool, see a distinct ripple spread across a perfectly calm section of water where no swimmer was near. as if something unseen had surfaced and submerged. A child's toy, left floating, would suddenly glide across the pool against the faint breeze towards the main drain. And sounds, sometimes putting my ear near the drain opening or the filter intake late at night. I could hear faint, melodic humming, almost like the folk song from the other story. No? Focus, Maya. Faint, melodic humming, seemingly coming from deep within the pipes, quickly muffled if I moved suddenly. And the reflections. Rule 2 warned against lingering at the West Hall mirror in the library story. Here, the mirror was the pool surface itself. Gary's warning echoed. Shows you what it wants you to see. I started noticing how reflections behaved strangely near the deep end drain, or in certain patches of water. When the sun hit them just right, my own reflection sometimes seemed momentarily distorted, older, features blurred, or worse, sometimes the reflection of a swimmer behind me would briefly show someone else entirely. A pale face with dark hair, wide eyes, before snapping back to normal when I turned. The psychological toll mounted. Was I becoming obsessed, seeing patterns where none existed? Or was the entity adapting, becoming suppler, trying to breach my defenses through suggestion and environmental manipulation, now that direct confrontation had failed? My past trauma, the fear of water, of what lurks beneath the surface, made me susceptible. Was I a reliable witness anymore? One sweltering evening, just before closing, only a handful of swimmers remained. Jenna was taking her break. Gary had already left. I sat on the high chair, watching the last few laps, feeling the familiar end-of-day exhaustion mixed with heightened dread. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows across the water. That's when I saw it. Not an extra swimmer, not a smile, but something potentially worse. In the deep end, near the main drain, the water began to darken. Not a shadow, but an oily black patch spreading slowly across the surface, like ink bleeding into the clear, chlorinated blue. It started small, maybe a foot across, then slowly widened, absorbing the light, perfectly circular. My breath caught. It looked sickeningly like the black stain from the apartment cleaner story. No. Focus. It looked utterly unnatural. A void opening in the water. Then from the center of the black patch, a single pale hand, fingers long and skeletal, broke the surface, reaching upwards silently towards the twilight sky. My hand flew to my whistle, ready to blow, ready for Rule 2. But this wasn't a smile. This wasn't an extra. This felt different, newer, like the library clock preparing to chime. Stop it, Maya. Like something else was being triggered. The rules covered known phenomena, but what happened when something new crawled out of the pool's dark history? My blood ran cold. The hand remained, fingers slightly curled, water sheeting off it, waiting in the deepening gloom. The hand remained, poised just above the surface of the darkening water, fingers slightly curled, water sheeting off unnaturally pale skin. It didn't move, didn't twitch. It just waited. Below it, the pool water continued to corrupt, the oily black stain spreading slowly outwards from the main drain in the deep end, absorbing the faint security lights, turning that section of the pool into a miniature abyss. My lifeguard training screamed protocols. Potential submerged victim. Activate emergency procedures. But my gut, chilled by Gary's warnings, by the memory of the impossible smile, screamed wrongness. This wasn't a swimmer in distress. This was something else clawing its way out. My hand instinctively went to the whistle. Rule 2 was for the smile, the direct engagement. This felt different, more primal. Still, it was the only tool I had that had previously worked. I raised it to my lips, took a deep breath, and blew. Not the short blasts for attention, but a long, piercing, continuous shriek of sound echoing across the deserted pool deck. The hand reacted. It flinched, fingers tightening into a fist for a split second. The black stain around it seemed to momentarily stop spreading, its surface rippling violently as if disturbed by the frequency. But the hand didn't retract. The whistle, while clearly unpleasant to it, wasn't enough to repel this more tangible manifestation. It had breached some barrier. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. Rule 1 was irrelevant. Rule 2 was insufficient. Rule 3 was for after. What now? My eyes darted around the empty pool deck, searching for... what? A weapon? Help. Then my gaze fell on the low brick building housing the pump room and chemical storage, where Gary kept the pool operational. Gary's words echoed. Pool built over something else. Old weeping mire. Water's tricky. Drains the deep point. And something else he'd muttered while cleaning the filters. Iron settles things. Iron settles new. Iron and the drain. Was the entity anchored there? Could I fight it through the pool's own system? It was a crazy, desperate idea, born of terror and fragmented folklore, leaving the hand slowly uncurling its fingers again in the deep end. I scrambled down from the lifeguard chair and sprinted across the damp concrete towards the pump room building. The heavy door was unlocked. Gary often left it so for late checks. Inside, the rhythmic, heavy hum of the main circulation pumps filled the air, vibrating through the concrete floor. Pipes snaked across the walls. Valves gleamed dully under bare bulbs. The sharp, clean scent of chlorine was almost overwhelming here, but tonight it felt like a weapon. I scanned the complex system. Filters, heaters, chemical feeders. My lifeguard certification included basic pool operation, CPO training. I knew the layout. There, the main chlorine feeder valve, currently set for standard nighttime circulation. Beside it, the emergency intake for sodium bisulfate. And further down, almost hidden behind a rusting pressure tank, an old, barely labeled valve connected to a separate line Gary had once called the iron pre-filter, supposedly installed decades ago to deal with mineral content from the old mire spring, rarely used now. Iron settles things. Could I flood the deep end drain area with a high concentration of chlorine and whatever residual iron was in that old line? Shock the system? Attack the anchor point? My hands flew across the control panel, overriding the timers, manually activating the deep end return jets. Then, I grabbed the main chlorine feeder valve, cranking it far past its normal setting, hearing a distinct increase in the suction sound from the pump as it drew in the concentrated chemical. Finally, I reached for the rusted iron pre-filter valve. It resisted, stiff from disuse. I put my shoulder into it, straining. A screech of protesting metal echoed in the small room as the valve finally gave way, opening the old line. I didn't know what concentration would result, or how fast it would reach the deep end. Praying it was fast enough, I scrambled back out of the pump room towards the pool deck, heart pounding. The black stain in the deep end had spread further now, maybe 6 feet across. The hand was still there, fingers slowly flexing. As I watched, horrified, a second hand, identical to the first, began to emerge slowly from the blackness beside it. It was strengthening, manifesting more fully. Then, the water around the main drain began to churn. A low rumbling sound came from the pool floor, followed by the powerful surge of the return jets activating nearby. Highly chlorinated water, maybe carrying traces of iron sediment, began pouring directly into the corrupted area. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. A high-pitched, unearthly shriek echoed from the deep end, seeming to come from the water itself. The black stain convulsed, boiling, churning, as the concentrated chemicals hit it. The two pale hands flinched violently, spasming, fingers clawing at the water as if burned. The acrid smell of intense chlorine burn filled the air, stinging my eyes even from the pool edge. The entity shrieked again, a sound of pure agony and rage that scraped against my bones. The black stain seemed to recoil inwards, collapsing towards the main drain like water circling a plug hole. The two hands thrashed, then were abruptly pulled down, vanishing beneath the churning, chemically clouded water. A final violent surge of black, oily water erupted from the main drain, splashing onto the pool deck, then subsided, leaving only swirling, cloudy water and the overpowering stench of chlorine shock. The stain was gone. The hands were gone. The hands were gone. I stood at the edge of the pool, shaking, gasping in the chemical-laden air, staring into the now empty deep end. The water slowly settled, cloudy but no longer black. I had done it. I had forced it back, attacked its anchor point using the pool's own system, Gary's cryptic lore, and desperate improvisation. The immediate threat was neutralized, but the pool felt violated, the water tainted. The silence that followed heavy with the memory of that shriek, promising that this fight was far from over. The overpowering smell of chlorine gradually dissipated into the cool night air, leaving behind the usual poolside scents, now tinged with something metallic and vaguely swampy near the deep end drain. I stood by the pool edge for a long time, watching the water settle, my adrenaline slowly ebbing, replaced by a deep, bone-chilling exhaustion and the tremor in my hands. But I knew what lay beneath, what I had just forced back. Headlights swept across the parking lot. My heart leaped, thinking it was returning, before I recognized the familiar rumble of Gary's beat-up pickup truck. He shouldn't be here. Closing was over an hour ago. He climbed out, his silhouette moving stiffly under the security lights, heading straight for the pump room, then stopping abruptly. Sniffing the air, he turned, his gaze finding me standing alone by the deep end. "Maya?" he called out, his voice rough with concern. Or maybe suspicion. What in tarnation is that smell? Thought I heard the shock cycle kick on from my place. There was no point lying, not entirely. "Gary," my voice was shaky. Something came out of the main drain. A stain, black. Then hands. I gestured vaguely at the deep end. I hit the emergency chlorine feed for this section. Opened that old iron valve you mentioned once. Gary's face, illuminated now, as he walked closer, was pale beneath his usual tan. He stared at the deep end, then at me, his eyes wide with something I hadn't seen before. Genuine fear. "Hands," he whispered. "Plural. Oh, Lord help us, it's getting stronger. Bolder." He rushed past me to the pool edge, peering down at the main drain, then scanned the surrounding water. "You shocked it? With the iron line open?" I nodded numbly. He shook his head slowly, running a hand over his face. "Kit, you're lucky you ain't breathing pool water right now. What you did? Yeah, maybe you drove it back. Iron burns him. High chlorine disrupts him, especially near the drain. That's where the mire spring feeds in strongest, where it likely anchors." He looked at me again, his expression grim. "But you just made it mad. Real mad. Like poking a hornet's nest with a stick." He explained more then, his usual reticence washed away by the clear escalation of danger. The extra swimmer wasn't just one entity, he suspected, but manifestations of the Maya thing, the old spirit or collective consciousness, tied to the swamp buried beneath the pool. It fed on inattention, on being accepted into reality. The rules were simple, passed down through caretakers and lifeguards. Don't validate its presence. Rule 1. Disrupt its connection attempts. Rule 2. Erase its memory from the record. Rule 3. Basic containment for minor incursions. But a physical manifestation? Hands? That black mire spreading? Gary shuddered. Ain't seen that since old Mr. Henderson was head lifeguard back in the 70s. He ignored a smiler too long one night. They found him. Well, they found parts of him. Near the filter tanks. My stomach turned. So what now? I asked, my voice small. Gary sighed, scrubbing his face. Now we clean up. And we pray. And you, he pointed a trembling finger at me. You gotta decide. This ain't just a summer job with weird rules anymore, kid. You interacted. You fought it. It knows you proper now. You stay, you got to be ready. You leave, you run far. And don't look back, and hope it stays put. The logbook, Rule 3. I looked towards the office. The logbook, Gary, what do we write? He followed my gaze, his expression hardening. Nothing, he said firmly. Nothing, he said firmly. Log shows pool. Closed normal time. Chemical feeders adjusted for overnight maintenance. Routine check. That's it. Rule 3 ain't just about after it clears. It's about always. Keep the record clean. Don't give it an anchor in ink. Don't give it an anchor in ink. The complicity felt heavier now. Colder. Erasing not just a head count discrepancy, but a direct, terrifying manifestation. Yet, Gary was right. Panic, outside attention, that wouldn't help. It might even make things worse. The choice was mine. Run? Flee Havenwood, flee Pennsylvania. Try to forget the feel of that unnatural cold, the sight of that pale hand rising. Or stay. Stay. Knowing the thing in the water was real, escalating, and now aware of me, stay. Armed only with Gary's fragmented lore, a lifeguard whistle, and the knowledge of how to weaponize a pool filter, my past trauma whispered, run. Water isn't safe. But the memory of Jenna's potential danger, the thought of other unsuspecting swimmers, the image of that hand reaching. No, running felt like letting it win, like abandoning my post. I'm staying, I said, surprised at the firmness in my own voice. Tell me everything you know, Gary. Every story, every rumor, every defense. Gary looked at me for a long moment, reading the resolve in my eyes. He sighed again, a sound of infinite weariness, but nodded slowly. All right, kid, he said, turning towards the pump room. Get the scrub brushes. School's in session. First lesson. Never turn your back on the deep end drain after midnight. He handed me an old heavy iron key from his ring. And keep this with you. Belonged to Henderson. Said it kept his locker room shut tight against drafts. Summer bled into fall, the vibrant colors of the Pennsylvania woods reflecting on the pool's surface. Now tinged with my constant vigilance. Jenna never came back after hearing a waterlogged version of the hand in the pool story from a panicked town gossip. She finished the season making excuses, then left Havenwood for college early. Gary became my reluctant mentor, sharing fragments of lore, maintenance routines that doubled as wards, and decades of wary observation. I stayed. I worked. I watched the water. Life settled into a new, tense normal. The blatant manifestations didn't return immediately after the chlorine shock incident, but the subtle signs persisted, constant reminders. The head count was occasionally off by 1. I'd note it privately, report the correct number, and increase my scans, whistle ready. Cold spots drifted in the water near the drain. Reflections sometimes flickered with impossible images seen from the corner of my eye. But I wasn't just reacting anymore. Armed with Gary's lore and my own terrifying experience, I took proactive steps. I learned the specific frequency and pattern for the whistle blast that seemed most effective at disrupting the entity's focus. A rapid, trilling sequence Gary's grandfather had supposedly learned from local Lenape elders. I kept small iron shavings, sourced from Gary's workshop, tucked into my pocket, sometimes sprinkling them discreetly near the deep end drain during closing. Remembering the old folklore about iron repelling certain spirits, I meticulously cleaned the logbook every single night, ensuring no anomalies, no discrepancies, no mention of anything unusual marred the official record. My relationship with the pool changed. It was no longer just a place of summer fun, or even just a site of potential horror. It felt like a territory I was responsible for guarding. The water a liminal space, the drains a potential gateway I had to monitor. My past fear of water hadn't vanished, but it had transformed into a focused, almost obsessive vigilance. I knew the danger was real, ancient, and patient. The true test of my new role came one crisp October evening, the last weekend before the pool closed for the season. A small group of teenagers had stayed late, splashing and laughing as twilight deepened. I watched them closely, feeling the familiar end-of-day tension rise. Head count correct. 5 teenagers. Then, I saw her, standing near the edge of the deep end. Slightly apart from the noisy group was a 6th figure, a young woman, pale dark hair, wide eyes, smiling that slow, unnaturally wide smile directly at the youngest of the teenagers. A girl maybe 14, who was treading water nearby, seemingly mesmerized. Rule 2. But targeting someone else. Rule 2. No hesitation this time. Before the girl could be drawn closer, before the connection could fully form, I raised my whistle. Not a panic blast, but the specific, shrilling, high-frequency pattern Gary and I had practiced. The sharp, complex series of notes cut through the evening air. The effect was immediate. The smiling woman flickered violently, her form dissolving like smoke on water. The targeted teenager blinked, shaking her head slightly as if coming out of a daze, then swam quickly back towards her laughing friends, oblivious. The other teens just looked towards me, annoyed by the noise. Pools closing in 5 minutes. I called out, my voice steady, betraying none of the ice in my veins. As the teenagers gathered their things and left, chattering noisily, I walked slowly around the pool deck, checking the perimeter, eyes scanning the darkening water. Empty. I went to the office, took out the logbook. 5 signatures on the sign-out sheet. I made my final entry. Pool cleared 19. 0. Chemicals balanced. Systems normal. Clean record. Rules reenacted. Later. Alone under the security lights. The pool silent and still, reflecting the first stars in its dark surface. I stood by the deep end drain. The water lapped gently against the edge. A single large bubble surfaced slowly from the drain grate and popped softly, the only sound besides the chirp of crickets in the cooling air. A sign? A breath? Or just the plumbing? I didn't know, but I touched the old iron key in my pocket, felt the cool metal of the whistle against my lips. I stood my ground, watching the water, the guardian of Heavenwood Pool, bound to its secrets, keeper of its fragile peace. The water remained still. The night remained quiet. My watch continued. Maya became the vigilant guardian of Havenwood Pool, forever watching the water's hidden depths. Enjoyed this dive into small-town horror? Hit like, share, and subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. Stay safe near the water, and we'll see you in the next nightmare. They lock you in at Blackwood and Sons after midnight. Old Man Blackwood says it's standard procedure out here in the Nevada desert. Keeps the coyotes out, deters the bored kids from Dust Devil Creek looking for morbid kicks. He doesn't tell you the real reason, that the heavy oak door and its deadbolt aren't primarily about keeping things out. They're about keeping you in, alone with the quiet, the cold, and the specific set of rules for dealing with whatever wakes up when the sun bleeds away behind the western mesas. My name is Alex Carter. This job, night attendant at the most isolated funeral home I've ever seen, wasn't my first choice. It was my only choice. Came here running from the wreckage of a different life in Phoenix. A life scorched by one moment of frozen inaction during a crisis. A failure that cost someone else everything in me. Well, It cost me enough to end up here, desperate for any work that paid cash and asked few questions. Maybe tending to the dead felt like a fitting penance for failing the living. Or maybe I just needed a place where the silence was deep enough to drown out the echoes in my own head. Blackwood & Sons Funeral Home stands alone off a 2-lane highway, a stark white mission-style building against the vast empty backdrop of sand, scrub and distant heat-hazed mountains. By day, it probably looks peaceful, dignified. By night, under a sky brittle with stars, it feels like an outpost on the edge of nowhere, profoundly isolated. Inside, the air conditioning fights a losing battle against the memory of the day's heat, creating a clammy, artificial cold that doesn't quite mask the underlying sense. Sharp formaldehyde, cloying lilies from the viewing room, wreaths delivered earlier by Sarah from the flower shop in town, her sympathetic glance lingering on me as she hurried away before dusk, and the faint, pervasive smell of dust and something indescribably old. Mr. Silas Blackwood himself finalized my orientation just as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the desert sky in violent streaks of orange and purple. He's older than the dust, it seems, tall and rail-thin in a formal, old-fashioned dark suit, his face a mask of stoic professionalism, eyes pale and watchful beneath bushy white eyebrows. He moved with a quiet precision, locking cabinets, checking thermostats, his movements economical, almost ritualistic. He led me to the small, sparsely furnished attendant's office near the back, adjacent to the cold, humming preparation suite. "This is your station," he stated, his voice dry as the desert wind. "Phone, logbook, coffee machine." He pointed to the heavy, solid core door, reinforced steel frame. "Deadbolt functions from the inside only. This is your designated safe area should protocols necessitate immediate retreat." Safe area? Protocols necessitating retreat? My stomach tightened. He fixed me with his pale eyes. "Carter," he began, his tone dropping, becoming even more serious. "Working alone here at night requires diligence and absolute adherence to procedure. Not just the state regulations, the house regulations, for your safety and for the proper repose of our clients." He handed me a small laminated card. "Blackwood & Sons. Night shift protocols. Mandatory. 1. Embalming suite security. All preparation instruments, trocars, scalpels, forks, etc. must be cleaned, returned to locked cabinets, and the suite door secured prior to unattended periods, especially overnight. No exceptions." His gaze flickered towards the locked cabinets lining the hallway outside the prep room. "Why? What happens if they're left out?" 2. Auditory anomalies. Post hours. Should you perceive the distinct sound of metallic implements being handled, characterized by light clinking, shifting, or scraping on metal surfaces, emanating from secured areas after Mr. Blackwood has departed, you are to immediately cease current activity. Secure yourself in the designated office safe area if possible, and do not investigate the source of the sound. Wait for cessation. My mind raced. Or what would be handling surgical steel in locked rooms after hours? 3. Preparation suite anomaly. Upon arriving for your designated shift, prior to commencing any other duties, perform a visual check of the primary preparation suite. If a deceased client is found positioned upon the embalming table who was not previously placed there by yourself or Mr. Blackwood, and is not listed on the immediate intake schedule, retreat immediately to the designated office safe area. Bolt the door from inside. Do not emerge for any reason until sunrise or until Mr. Blackwood personally unlocks the door from the outside. Activate emergency alert beacon if necessary. Pure ice slid down my spine, a body appearing on the table, and the prescribed reaction wasn't call the police, but lock yourself in the office. I looked up from the card, my mouth dry. Mr. Blackwood, these protocols, are these common? They are the protocols for this establishment, Carter, he replied evenly, his expression unreadable. Follow them without deviation, without question. Your predecessor. He paused, adjusting his tie. Found deviation. Inadvisable. He walked me to the main entrance, the heavy oak door, solid and imposing. He checked the generator panel beside it. Generator kicks in if the grid fails, but keep an eye on the fuel. Flashlight and spare batteries in the office desk drawer. Batteries might be old, check 'em. Resource scarcity hint. Then he stepped outside, pulling the door shut. I heard the distinct heavy clank of multiple deadbolts sliding into place from the outside. Locked in until morning, the silence that descended felt absolute, pressing in on me. I was alone. Truly alone. In a locked funeral home in the middle of the Nevada desert, armed with a set of insane rules and a flashlight with possibly dying batteries. My past failure, freezing, hesitating, felt like a lifetime ago. But the fear of inaction warred now with the terrifying prospect of what action might be required here, or what horrors inaction was meant to prevent. I did my first walkthrough, keys jingling softly, described sound. In the quiet, the only sound besides the low hum of the air conditioning, and my own footsteps echoing on the polished linoleum. Viewing room A, viewing room B, empty, smelling faintly of lilies and furniture polish. Chairs arranged in neat, expectant rows. Casket display room, polished wood gleaming under soft spotlights. Silent occupants waiting. Embalming suite, locked tight. The air near the door feeling noticeably colder. Basement access, locked. Casket storage, locked. Everything secure. Everything quiet. Too quiet. Back in the small office. The safe room. I checked the flashlight. The beam was weak, yellowish. The spare batteries in the drawer looked corroded. Great. The logbook lay open on the desk. Previous entries sparse, professional. I made my first entry. 21-0. Shift start. Premises secure. All protocols reviewed. As I wrote, a faint, almost inaudible scraping sound seemed to come from the direction of the embalming room hallway, like metal dragging lightly on stone. I froze, pen hovering, straining my ears. Silence, just the hum of the AC, old building settling. Desert wind against an outside pipe, or the first test. My heart pounded. The night stretched before me, long and uncertain, governed by silence, shadows, and 3 deeply disturbing rules. The first week passed in a haze of eerie quiet and mundane tasks. Cleaning the viewing rooms, polishing caskets I tried not to think too hard about, updating intake forms under the buzzing fluorescent lights of the small office designated as my safe room. The silence was the loudest thing, broken only by the low, steady hum of the building's climate control and the distant sigh of the wind across the Nevada flats outside. I found myself listening intently to that silence, parsing every creak of the old building, every shift in the ventilation's rhythm. My nerves stretched thin by the memory of Blackwood's rules and the heavy clank of the deadbolts he engaged after, locking me in each night. My past mistake, freezing during that apartment fire back in Phoenix, costing precious seconds, haunted the quiet hours. It fueled a meticulous, almost obsessive adherence to procedure now. Checklists were double-checked. Doors confirmed, locked multiple times. Schedules reviewed constantly. Failure wasn't an option here. The stakes felt infinitely higher than just a job. I saw Sarah at the Desert Bloom florist next door when I picked up arrangements for a viewing. Her bright chatter about town gossip and the upcoming meteor shower felt like a broadcast from another planet. "You holding up okay over there, Alex?" she asked, arranging lilies with practiced hands, her cheerfulness faltering slightly as she glanced towards the imposing white facade of Blackwood and Sons. "Place still gives me the creeps after dark, and you're in there all night? It's quiet," I said, the understatement feeling vast. "Pays the bills." "Yeah, well, She shuddered slightly. Rather you than me. Old man Blackwood. Nice enough, but intense. And folks say weird things happen around that place. She leaned closer. Like lights flicking on in the embalming room late at night when no one's supposed to be there. My stomach tightened. I forced a shrug. Old wiring, probably. But her words lingered long after I returned to the funeral home's artificial chill. The first test of the rules came not through negligence, but perhaps through Blackwood himself. He'd had me assist with the late afternoon preparation before my shift officially began, emphasizing the need for meticulous cleanup afterwards. Leave nothing out, Carter, he'd stressed, his pale eyes sweeping over the gleaming steel instruments. Respect for the tools. Respect for the process. Exhausted after he finally left and locked me in, I did my usual fastidious cleanup of the embalming suite. Checked the locked cabinets twice, secured the room, but when I came in the next night for my shift, did my initial walkthrough, and unlocked the embalming suite door, my blood ran cold. There, resting precisely in the center of the gleaming sterile steel table, was a single instrument. A long, slender, wickedly sharp trocar, used for aspiration. It glinted under the harsh overhead light. It hadn't been there. I knew I had locked it away with the others. Had Blackwood left it as a test? Or had something else retrieved it? Rule 1. Never leave the embalming tools out overnight. The implication wasn't just about tidiness. It was about access. My hand trembled as I reached for it. The steel felt colder than the room's ambient temperature, an unnatural biting cold that seemed to cling to my skin even after I'd snatched it up and hastily, almost guiltily, locked it back inside the heavy glass-fronted cabinet with the others. I checked the lock twice, then backed out of the room, securing the door behind me, feeling watched, judged. The rule wasn't just a suggestion. It was a defense against something that sought these specific, intimate tools of the trade. The violation, intentional or not, felt like leaving a weapon out for an unseen intruder. The rest of the night was quiet, almost unnervingly so. I tried focusing on paperwork in the office, the designated safe room, but my ears strained against the silence, listening for any hint of activity. The flashlight Blackwood had left felt inadequate, its beam weak, the spare batteries visibly corroded. Resource management, I thought grimly, making a mental note to buy my own. Then just after 2 a.m., I heard it. Faint at first, then unmistakable, drifting from the direction of the locked embalming room down the silent corridor. A soft metallic shifting sound, followed by the delicate, distinct clink of surgical steel instruments being moved against each other, perhaps rearranged on a metal tray. My heart slammed against my ribs. My heart slammed against my ribs. Rule 2. If you hear metal clinking after hours, do not investigate. It wasn't loud. It was precise. Almost careful. Like someone meticulously selecting tools. My imagination supplied horrifying images. Unseen hands arranging scalpels, forceps, trocars. Preparing for what? The urge to look, to crack open the office door and peer down the corridor towards the embalming suite, was almost overwhelming. My past inaction screamed at me. Don't just sit here. Investigate. But Rule 2, backed by Blackwood's grave tone and the chilling implication of the tool left on the table, felt absolute. This wasn't a fire alarm. This was a specific warning against confronting the source of that particular sound. My breath hitched as the faint clinking seemed to pause, followed by a soft scraping sound, like metal being drawn across the steel table. Then, silence again. I remained frozen, huddled in the relative safety of the office, listening intently. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Nothing more. Had it finished? Or was it waiting? The silence felt more menacing than the sound had been. Later, near dawn, I cautiously checked the hallway. Empty. The embalming room door remained locked, cold to the touch. offering no answers, only reinforcing the terror of the unknown operating just beyond a locked door. The memory of the clinking instruments haunted the following nights. Rule 2 wasn't just about avoiding a spooky noise. It was about avoiding direct confrontation with whatever entity handled those tools with such chilling precision. Sleep became a luxury, punctuated by nightmares of gleaming scalpels moving on their own. I started bringing a heavier flashlight, checking its batteries obsessively. The funeral home, once just a quiet, slightly morbid workplace, now felt like enemy territory I had to navigate with stealth and extreme caution. The entity, or whatever it was, seemed to grow bolder, or perhaps my senses grew sharper, attuned to its presence. I'd feel sudden, inexplicable drops in temperature while walking corridors, catch fleeting movements in my peripheral vision, shadows detaching from corners, then gone when I looked directly. Once, cleaning the main viewing room, I felt a distinct, cold pressure brush past my arm, accompanied by the faint, lingering scent of formaldehyde. Though the room had been empty for days, my interactions with Sarah at the flower shop became my only anchor to sanity. I needed the bright normality of her shop, the scent of living things, roses, carnations, baby's breath, a stark contrast to the lilies and chemical sharpness next door. I started confiding in her more. Not the full truth about the rules, but about the intense creepiness, the sounds, the feeling of being watched. "Honestly, Alex," she said one afternoon, trimming thorns from roses, her brow furrowed with concern, "everyone knows Blackwood & Sons is weird. Old man Blackwood keeps to himself, hires night staff who never seem to last more than a few months. People talk. Lights seen late at night, strange deliveries. One lady swore she saw someone looking out of the upstairs window last year. But Mr. Blackwood sealed that floor off decades ago." Sealed off? My attention sharpened. Yeah, the original residence, I think. That business up there long before your time. He never goes up, keeps it locked tight. She shivered. "Seriously, find another job. This place isn't worth whatever he's paying." Her words confirmed my own growing unease about the building's history, about Blackwood's role. Was he just managing the phenomena, or somehow involved? That night, I pressed him cautiously. "Mr. Blackwood," I began during the brief shift handover, "the noises, the clinking I logged last week. Is it just the building, or something else?" Blackwood finished locking the main tool cabinet in the embalming room hallway, his movements precise. He turned, his pale eyes fixing on me. "It is the consequence of proximity to transition, Carter," he said cryptically. "This building stands on a threshold. Some linger. Some are drawn here by the work we do." He paused. "Rule 2 is for your protection. Investigating invites interaction. Interaction complicates the settling process. Settling process? The dead require quiet preparation," he stated flatly. "The presence interferes. It attempts its own preparations, handles the tools when it can. Rule 1 denies it implements. Rule 2 advises avoidance of its activity. Simple procedural hygiene." His explanation was chillingly detached, framing supernatural horror as a contamination risk. He then pointed to a heavy iron bar leaning in a dark corner of the basement stairwell access. "That stays there for emergencies, wedging doors. Nothing else." A hint? A tool? His confirmation that the presence handled tools and attempted its own preparations solidified my fear. This wasn't just residual energy. It was interactive, purposeful in its own disturbing way. The following Monday morning, I arrived from my night shift 10 minutes early. The desert air was cooling rapidly as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky brilliant orange. I unlocked the heavy front door, the familiar click echoing in the twilight stillness. Stepped inside, reaching for the light switch. Standard procedure, quick walkthrough, check all rooms secure before Blackwood arrived for the final lockup. I headed towards the back, towards the embalming suite, intending to check the chemical supplies, turned the corner into the short hallway where the suite door stood, and froze. The embalming room door, the one I knew I had locked securely at the end of my last shift, the one Blackwood also checked, was standing slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness within. A faint, almost imperceptible hum emanated from the room, and the sharp smell of formaldehyde was suddenly overwhelmingly strong. My heart leaped into my throat. I hadn't touched this door. Blackwood hadn't arrived yet. Rule of 3 flashed in my mind, stark and absolute. If a body is already on the table when you arrive for your shift, retreat immediately to the designated safe room of Blackwood's office, and do not emerge until sunrise or until Mr. Blackwood personally unlocks the door from the outside. Was there a body? I hadn't even looked inside yet, but the open door, the overwhelming chemical smell, the wrongness of it, it felt like the prerequisite, the warning sign. The presence was already active, preparing. Terror surged, overriding procedure, overriding curiosity. This wasn't a test I was willing to take. I didn't look inside, didn't hesitate. I spun around and ran. Back through the silent funeral home, my footsteps echoing frantically now, reached a small, designated office near the front. Slammed the reinforced door shut. Threw the heavy deadbolt on the inside. The solid clank of the bolt locking was the most reassuring sound I'd heard all night. I collapsed against the door, chest heaving, listening to the silence outside the office, trapped inside the safe room, inside the locked funeral home, waiting for sunrise, wondering what exactly was arranging itself on the steel table in the embalming room down the hall. Rule 3 wasn't just a warning. It was an escape hatch I had just barely thrown myself through. Hours crawled by in the locked office, the designated safe room. The only illumination came from the weak emergency light above the door, and the dying beam of my personal flashlight, which I used sparingly, terrified the batteries wouldn't last the night. Outside the reinforced door, the funeral home was utterly silent. No clinking metal, no footsteps, no whispers, just a heavy waiting stillness that felt far more menacing than noise. I checked my phone. No service, of course. The landline on the desk, dead. Blackwood likely cut it off remotely during Rule 3 events. Complete isolation. My heart hammered against my ribs. The memory of the slightly ajar embalming room door, the overwhelming chemical smell, played over and over. What was happening out there? Was it moving through the halls now? Was it finishing its preparation? Panic gave way to a cold, gnawing dread. I took stock of the office. Small, functional, desk, chair, filing cabinet, locked, the dead landline, the logbook. The heavy iron bar Blackwood had pointed out leaned in one corner. Meant for wedging doors, he'd said. Against what? I dragged it closer to my chair, its weight a small, inadequate comfort. In the desk drawer, beneath spare log sheets, I found the corroded spare batteries for the company flashlight. Useless, and something else. A small velvet pouch containing several objects that looked like antique silver surgical probes or styluses intricately etched with symbols I didn't recognize. Blackwood hadn't mentioned these. Were they his, or left by a predecessor? Another layer of mystery. I left them in the drawer to combat the encroaching terror. I turned to research, using the intermittent, weak signal my personal phone occasionally picked up near the office window. I searched for Blackwood and Sons history, Dust Devil Creek disappearances, anything related to Rule 3 scenarios. Found little beyond Zara's earlier findings. Vague ligands, missing persons reports decades old. Rumors about the Blackwood family's reclusiveness. Then, a hit on an obscure paranormal forum. A post from 5 years ago. User Night Attendant in Hand, describing working at an isolated Nevada funeral home with 3 insane rules. Rule 1, Rule 2, then Rule 3, Body on table Chie, get out. Don't look, run. Last guy didn't. They found his car empty miles away. The post ended abruptly. The user account was deleted. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just Blackwood's procedure. It was known. It was lethal. As the hours dragged, the silence outside the office began to change. A faint, rhythmic scraping sound began, seeming to come from the hallway ceiling or vents. Soft thuds echoed intermittently from the direction of the casket display room. My flashlight beam, growing weaker, danced nervously around the small office. The temperature dropped noticeably, my breath misting in the air. It was getting closer, or waking up more fully. Then, a soft scratching started at the office door itself, like fingernails, or perhaps metal, dragging lightly across the reinforced steel. I froze, gripping the heavy iron bar, flashlight beam fixed on the door. The scratching stopped, followed by a series of soft, deliberate taps, low down on the door. My heart felt like it would explode. It knew I was in here. It was testing the defenses. I remained utterly silent, holding my breath, remembering the absolute stillness required during the Rule 3 clock event in the library story. Focus, Alex, remembering the silence needed now. The tapping stopped. A long pause. Then, the sound of something heavy being dragged slowly away down the corridor. It retreated, for now, but the terror lingered, thick and suffocating. This wasn't just about avoiding investigation. It was about active confinement, waiting out a predator. Dawn was still hours away. My flashlight beam was fading rapidly, casting long, dancing shadows. The last set of spare batteries I carried myself were nearly drained from the prolonged use. Soon, I'd be in near total darkness, armed only with an iron bar and 3 terrifying rules. Just as true despair began to set in, I heard it. The distant, unmistakable sound of a heavy vehicle approaching on the desert highway, turning onto the funeral home's gravel drive. Headlights swept briefly across the small window high in my office wall. Then the familiar clank of the main entrance deadbolts being undone from the outside. Blackwood. He was back early. Or maybe he knew. Maybe the Rule 3 event triggered some silent alert only he received. Heavy footsteps approached my office. A key slid into the lock. The deadbolt turned. The door opened. Mr. Blackwood stood there, silhouetted against the dim hallway light. His face was grim, pale, but calm. He took in my state, huddled, clutching the iron bar, flashlight beam nearly dead, then glanced down the hall towards the embalming room, now silent. Active night was all he said, his voice quiet. Rule 3. I nodded, unable to speak. You retreated here immediately? I nodded again. Good, he said, stepping aside. It has passed. The preparations are reset. Safe to emerge. He looked down at the iron bar in my hand, then the velvet pouch in the open desk drawer containing the silver tools. A flicker of something unreadable crossed his eyes. Almost sunrise, he continued, turning away. Loga time you entered this room due to Protocol 3. Nothing else. Then begin prepping the suite for the Carson arrival at 7. He walked away, leaving me standing shaky in the doorway. The ordeal over, yet fundamentally changed. I had survived Rule 3, followed the procedure, but the entity felt more real, more dangerous than ever. And Blackwood, his calm acceptance, his knowledge. What exactly was he the custodian of? My eyes fell on the velvet pouch in the drawer again. The silver tools. He had noticed them. And his earlier hint? Different metal. Combined with the iron bar. Maybe these weren't just random protocols. Maybe they hinted at defenses, at weapons. The thought was terrifying, but also sparked a tiny, desperate ember of agency. I couldn't just hide it anymore. I needed to be ready for the next time. The embalming room door stood slightly ajar, a dark invitation. The overwhelming scent of formaldehyde, sharp and stinging, confirmed my worst fear even before Rule 3 fully registered. A body lay on the table, unscheduled, unlocked, and the soft, insistent metallic clinking sound starting up from the tool cabinet across the room told me I hadn't arrived before the guest of honor. It was already here, active. Retreat immediately to the designated safe room. Rule 3 screamed in my mind. But the clinking wasn't distant this time. It was in the room. Retreat meant turning my back, crossing the open space while it was selecting its instruments. My past failure. The paralysis that cost someone else everything. Warred with the protocol. Not again. Not like this. My hand instinctively tightened on the iron faucet handle I'd retrieved earlier, its weight surprisingly substantial. My other hand slipped into my jacket pocket, fingers closing around the smooth, cool velvet pouch containing the founder's silver probes. Adrenaline surged, cold and sharp, overriding the fear with a desperate, cornered animal instinct. Holding the iron handle low, partially concealed, I pushed the embalming room door fully open and stepped inside, forcing myself to project a calm I absolutely did not feel. The room was colder than usual, the air vibrating with that low hum I recognized from the archive search. The sheet-draped figure on the table seemed unnaturally still. Across the room, the glass door of the main instrument cabinet visibly rattled. The clinking inside grew louder, more frantic, like something searching impatiently. Then it stopped. Silence descended again, thick and expectant. A column of shadow detached itself from the corner near the rattling cabinet, coalescing into a tall, impossibly thin shape, indistinct but radiating palpable cold and a focused, predatory intelligence. Its movement was accompanied by a faint, dry rustling sound, like wind through desert scrub. It ignored me for a moment, flowing silently towards the table where the body lay. It reached out a shadowy tendril towards the sheet. No. The word tore from my throat, rough and loud in the sterile room. Step away. The shadow froze, turned its attention towards me. The cold intensified dramatically. The humming deepened, becoming a low, guttural growl formed of static and something that sounded chillingly like metal scraping bone. It recognized the challenge. It recognized the threat. It surged towards me, not floating, but flowing across the floor with unnatural speed, shadowy tendrils whipping out. I didn't hesitate, bringing the heavy iron faucet handle around in a hard, desperate arc. I aimed for the densest part of the shadow. A jarring, crackling sound, like ice shattering combined with high-voltage static, erupted as the cold iron passed through the shadow. The entity recoiled with a high-pitched electronic screech, its form flickering violently, dispersing slightly, like smoke hit by a sudden wind. Iron hurt it, disrupted its physical manifestation. It retreated momentarily, hovering near the tool cabinet again, the humming growl intensifying with rage. But it didn't dissipate. It reformed, darker now, the shadows within swirling faster. It wasn't done. Remembering Blackwood's words, Silver interferes, disrupts the connection. I pulled one of the antique silver probes from the velvet pouch. It felt unnaturally heavy, cool but humming faintly with contained energy. The entity surged forward again, faster this time, tendrils lashing out, aiming for my face. I didn't swing the iron this time. I stood my ground, gripped the silver probe like a dagger, and thrust its pointed tip directly into the coalescing darkness lunging at me. A blinding flash of white light exploded from the point of contact, accompanied by a deafening roar of static and wrenching metal. The force threw me backwards against the cold steel table, knocking the wind out of me. The silver probe felt white-hot in my hand for a second before cooling rapidly. When my vision cleared, the shadow was gone, utterly vanished. The room was silent again, except for my own ragged gasping. The intense cold was rapidly dissipating. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. On the floor where the shadow had been, a small patch of frost quickly sublimated, leaving only a damp spot. Near the tool cabinet, a single scalpel lay on the floor, as if dropped. I stayed there, leaning against the table, shaking uncontrollably, sucking in air that no longer felt quite so frigid or menacing. I had faced it. I had used the tools Blackwood hinted at, and I had somehow forced it back. The silver probe in my hand felt strangely inert now, its faint hum gone. The iron handle felt just like cold metal, but they had worked, for now. The adrenaline crash left me weak-kneed, leaning against the embalming table, the silence of the room pressing in. The body beneath the sheet remained still, undisturbed. The scalpel lay gleaming on the floor near the cabinet. The only evidence of the confrontation was my own trembling body, the lingering scent of ozone, and the profound, unnatural quiet. I cautiously retrieved the fallen scalpel, using sterile forceps, cleaned it, and locked it securely away in the cabinet, my hands still shaking. Then, methodically, almost robotically, I checked every other cabinet, every drawer, everything secure. Rule 1, retroactively enforced with extreme prejudice. The iron faucet handle felt ordinary again. The silver probe, however, holding it, I could still feel a faint, residual coolness, a subtle vibration, like a tuning fork recently struck. This wasn't just metal. It was imbued with something else, keyed somehow to the presence that haunted this place. I couldn't stay in the embalming room. Retreating to the relative safety of the office, I bolted the door, propped the heavy iron bar against it just in case, and sank into the chair, trying to process. The rules were for avoidance, but avoidance had failed when the entity manifested before I arrived. I had been forced to engage, to use the Founder's kit, as Blackwood might call them. And it had worked, which meant Blackwood knew it would work. He knew confrontation was possible, survivable, just incredibly dangerous. And he hadn't told me directly, only hinted. Why? Testing me? Or afraid to admit the rules weren't foolproof? Blackwood returned the following evening, his arrival announced by the familiar heavy clank of the main door bolts. I met him in the hall, deliberately holding the iron bar, letting the velvet pouch with the silver probe be visible in my jacket pocket. His eyes flickered over me, noting my exhaustion, the slight tremor I couldn't hide, the iron bar. He looked towards the embalming room, then back at me, his expression unreadable. "Quiet night?" he asked, his voice neutral. "Not entirely," I replied, meeting his gaze. "We had unscheduled activity in the prep suite upon my arrival. Protocol Gamma was enacted, followed by active deterrence. Blackwood's composure didn't break, but I saw a flicker of something in his pale eyes. Surprise? Respect? Fear? Report," he said simply. I told him everything. The body on the table. The body on the table. The clinking starting while I was there. The shadow manifesting. Using the iron handle, the silver probe. The entity recoiling, dissipating. He listened intently, silently. When I finished, he nodded slowly. "The Founder's kit," he murmured, looking at the iron bar, then the pouch in my pocket. "You used them. You hinted they might work?" I countered. "Hinting and doing are different worlds, Carter," he said grimly. "Those tools, yes, they disrupt it. Cold iron grounds its physical attempts. The silver interferes with whatever energy it uses to manifest, causes it pain, disorientation." He sighed, rubbing his temples. "They were crafted by my great-grandfather after his first direct confrontation, based on older desert lore and his own experiments. But using them is drawing its direct attention, inviting retribution. The rules are designed to avoid that, to keep the peace, such as it is." "The peace was broken when I arrived to find a body already laid out," I retorted. The rules failed. He couldn't argue with that. Yes, he conceded heavily. "It happens. Its activity waxes and wanes. Sometimes it becomes impatient, bolder. He looked at me, truly looked at me. You survived direct engagement using the kit. That hasn't happened since, well, since before my time as sole proprietor. My grandfather warned against it. Yet it creates a bond, marks you. So I'm marked. You're aware, he corrected softly, and it is aware of you differently now. It knows you can hurt it. It will be cautious, or more cunning. He paused. I am less capable than I once was, Carter. Maintaining the boundaries, the protocols. It takes its toll. The unspoken implication hung heavy in the air. He needed help. He needed someone who could actively defend the space if necessary. The tools are your responsibility now, he said finally, gesturing towards the iron bar, the pouch. Learn them. Respect them. Use them only when the rules fail, when retreat is impossible. They are the last resort, the custodian's burden. He turned, walking towards his private office, leaving me standing alone in the hallway, the weight of the iron bar suddenly immense, the silver probes feeling both cold and strangely alive against my hip. My role here had irrevocably changed. Months later, the rhythm of Blackwood and Son settled into a new, tense normalcy. I still worked the night shift, still endured the profound isolation of the Nevada desert night, but my role was different. Mr. Blackwood, citing his age and health, handled mostly daytime arrangements and paperwork, leaving the long, dark hours solely to me. He trusted me, perhaps out of necessity, perhaps out of a grim respect earned that night in the embalming room. Our handovers were brief, focused on logistics, but sometimes his pale eyes held a silent question, an acknowledgement of the shared unspoken burden. Zara remained my lifeline to the outside world, though our conversations were often strained by the things I couldn't tell her. She knew I'd stayed, knew the job was affecting me, saw the weariness in my eyes, but she stopped asking probing questions, respecting the boundary I couldn't explain. Her deliveries of lilies or sympathy arrangements were moments of bright, fragile normalcy in the house of the dead. The presence remained. It was a constant, low-level hum beneath the silence, an awareness that never fully receded, but its behavior had changed since the confrontation. It seemed more cautious, wary. Rule 1 became my first line of active defense. Every tool was meticulously cleaned, accounted for, locked away not just with keys, but with small iron filings sprinkled across the cabinet threshold, based on lore Blackwood reluctantly shared. Leaving anything accessible felt like baiting a dangerous animal. Rule 2, the clinking, still occurred, perhaps once or twice a week, usually from the embalming room, or, disturbingly, sometimes from the casket storage area in the basement. But now, hearing the faint, described metallic shifting sounds, I didn't just hide in the office. I would retrieve the heavy iron bar. I wouldn't seek confrontation, but I would stand near the source, often just outside the locked door, holding the bar firmly, projecting silent intent, boundary enforced. More often than not, the clinking would falter, then cease, the presence seemingly deterred by the iron and my focused vigilance. Evasion, yes, but now backed by the threat of active defense. Rule 3, thankfully, hadn't repeated. I dreaded the thought of arriving to find another unscheduled client prepared by unseen hands. My first action upon starting every shift was a cautious, tense visual sweep of the embalming room from the doorway. Silver probe kept ready in my pocket. My life became this, a cycle of mundane duties, cleaning, paperwork, receiving scheduled arrivals, punctuated by moments of intense, quiet vigilance, managing the threshold against the unseen. My past failure, the freezing inaction, was replaced by a constant, weary readiness. The tools, the iron bar leaning near my office door, the silver probes kept accessible on my person during rounds, were extensions of my will, symbols of my accepted role. Tonight, The desert wind howls outside, a low moaning sound against the building. Inside, the funeral home is quiet. I'm finishing paperwork at the desk in the office, the safe room. Then I hear it, a soft, deliberate clink. Scrape, clink, emanating clearly from the locked embalming room down the hall. The presence is active. I pause, listening intently. The sound continues, methodical, unhurried, not aggressive, just present, doing whatever it does with the tools it sometimes accesses despite my precautions. I don't panic. I calmly save my work, stand up, pick up the heavy iron bar, its weight familiar now, check the beam on my own high-powered flashlight. Then, I walk to the office door, unlock it, and step into the dimly lit hallway. I don't head towards the sound to investigate. Rule 2 still holds. But I don't just retreat into hiding either. I walk slowly, deliberately, down the corridor towards the embalming room door, stopping about 10 feet away. I lean the iron bar against the wall beside me, easily within reach, and I wait, listening. Watching the cold steel door, the clinking from inside falters, then stops. A moment of heavy silence. Then, a faint sighing sound, like air escaping old bellows, whispers from beneath the door. It knows I'm here. It knows I'm ready. I stand my post. The silent attendant, the guardian armed with iron and silver and hard-won knowledge. The final sound isn't a scream or a clang, just the low, steady hum of the funeral home's ventilation system, and my own quiet, vigilant breathing, holding the line against the darkness in the heart of the Nevada desert. The shift continues. Welcome back to Night Creepypasta Rules. Art camp deep in the Oregon woods sounds idyllic, but Camp Hemlock has 3 bizarre rules counselors must follow to survive. Stick around to see what happens when children's drawings watch you back and begin to smile. Most summer camp counselors worry about poison ivy, homesick kids, or bonfire songs sung off-key. At Camp Hemlock, nestled deep in Oregon's whispering pines under the shadow of Mount Hood, we worry more about what the children draw after dark, and the brittle, quiet rules for dealing with art that seems to watch you back. The drive itself felt like a descent into somewhere older, wilder. Paved highway gave way to gravel, then to a winding dirt track, flanked by colossal Douglas firs and cedars, dripping with moss, the air growing cool and smelling sharply of damp earth, pine resin, and something else, a faint, loamy scent of decay. Signal vanished miles back. When Camp Hemlock finally emerged in a small, unnaturally quiet clearing, it looked rustic, charmingly dilapidated even, with log cabins scattered amongst the trees, a large main lodge with a riverstone chimney, a separate, paint-splattered art lodge, and a dark, still lake nearby, reflecting the overcast sky like a cataract eye. It felt less like a summer camp, more like a forgotten settlement patiently waiting. My name's Liam Carter, college junior, Psych Mayor, newly minted Camp Hemlock art counselor. Why here? Simple answers. Needed the summer credits, the pay wasn't terrible, and the remote Oregon setting promised quiet. A break from the suffocating weight of family obligations back home after my little brother's long illness finally took him last spring. I needed space to breathe air that didn't taste like hospital corridors and unspoken grief. Supervising kids making macaroni art seemed like a safe harbor. Director Allen met me on the porch of the main lodge. She fit the setting. Tall, practical, probably late 50s, with short-cropped gray hair, sensible hiking boots, and eyes the color of the stormy Oregon sky, sharp and assessing, holding a deep, pragmatic weariness. Her welcome was efficient, not unfriendly, but lacked genuine warmth. Carter. Good, you made it before the rain sets in, she said, shaking my hand briefly. Cabin 3's yours, down by the creek. Staff orientations brief. Standard first aid. Emergency comms. She gestured at a clunky satellite phone on the wall inside. Camp boundaries. Stick to the marked trails only. And then, her voice lowered slightly, the Hemlock's specifics. Inside the lodge, surrounded by dusty Native American art. Authentic or replica, I couldn't tell. And faded photos of campers from decades past. She introduced me to Chloe, the only other college-age counselor, already wrangling early arrival paperwork with an air of bored competence. Then Director Allen laid out the rules, her tone calm, matter-of-fact, which only made them more chilling. This camp has a long history, she began, her gaze distant for a moment. Certain sensitivities. These procedures are for everyone's safety, particularly the children's. Non-negotiable. She stated the first rule. Arts and crafts materials require supervision. If, during any session or observed in personal effects, you find a drawing by a child depicting a rabbit, specifically, a rabbit drawn with anatomically detailed human hands, you will calmly and immediately remove all drawing implements from that child. Alert me discreetly via radio using code varmint. Ensure the child is closely supervised during subsequent rest periods and is not permitted to nap alone. I blinked. Rabbits with human hands? Code varmint? It sounded utterly insane. 2. Alan continued, ignoring my stunned silence. Artwork, drawings, paintings, even crafts left unattended. Cabin walls, rec hall tables, anywhere, if you observe any such piece exhibiting independent movement. A perceived flutter of paper when there is no draft. A shift in line work. An ocular element seeming to track movement. Retrieve it cautiously, avoiding direct visual contact with any depicted eyes. It must be incinerated immediately in the maintenance furnace behind the workshop. Log is damaged materials disposal. My mind struggled to process. Moving drawings. 3. Alan's voice dropped further, her eyes meeting mine with unnerving intensity. Portraiture. While discouraged, it happens. If a child creates a portrait of you, Liam, and upon your viewing it, you perceive the mouth on that portrait to form a smile that was not previously there, you are to report. Personnel contingency. Alpha to me immediately, via radio. Secure your personal belongings. Vacate camp premises before the next sunrise. Your employment is terminated, effective immediately, for your safety. She finished, the silence heavy, broken only by the low whistle of wind around the lodge eaves and the sudden sharp crackle from the satellite phone on the wall. My throat was dry. This had to be some elaborate, traditional hazing ritual for new counselors. It had to be. But Alan's face was deadly serious, and Chloe, though seemingly focused on her paperwork, had gone very still. Understood? Alan pressed. Yes, ma'am. I managed, the words feeling foreign. My past haunted me. The guilt of not noticing, not acting quickly enough for my brother. That history now screamed at me to take every warning, however bizarre, with utmost seriousness. I would follow these insane rules, meticulously. Later, settling into my small, musty cabin down by the murmuring creek, I saw her. Lily, the quiet girl from Cabin 2 Alan had briefly pointed out earlier. The one who supposedly lived in her sketchbook. She sat on the creek bank, back to me, sketching intently, humming a quiet, oddly discordant little tune. As I watched, a large, sleek black bird, a raven, landed silently on the branch above her, tilting its head as if observing her work. Lily didn't seem to notice. The scene felt charged, unnervingly picturesque, like a page torn from a dark fairy tale. That night, sleep was elusive. The sounds of the Oregon forest pressed in, the sighing wind through the immense pines, the distant cry of an owl, described sound, a haunting, drawn-out hoot, the constant murmur and rush of the nearby creek, every creak of the cabin walls, every skittering sound on the roof felt magnified. potentially menacing. I lay awake for hours, the three bizarre rules replaying in my head. The image of Lily sketching under the raven's watchful eye fixed behind my eyelids. The quiet I craved felt different here. It felt thin, and it felt like it was listening. The first few days of camp settled into a semblance of routine, pushing the unsettling orientation briefing to the back of my mind. Sunny mornings gave way to cool, misty afternoons. We led hikes through moss-draped forests, supervised chaotic swimming sessions in the icy lake, endured off-key campfire songs. The kids were kids, loud, energetic, mostly absorbed in the simple joys of summer camp. I threw myself into the work. The physical exhaustion, a welcome antidote to the anxieties that gnawed at me during the quiet night hours in my cabin. Chloe proved to be a capable, if somewhat cynical, co-counselor. Don't let Alan's spook stories get to you, she advised during a shared break, watching me jump at a sudden thump from the art lodge roof. Just a falling pine cone, probably. She does this every year, especially with counselors she thinks are too intense. Keeps us on our toes, I guess. Her rationalizations were comforting, but didn't entirely erase the chill I felt remembering Alan's dead serious eyes. Lily remained an enigma. Quiet, watchful, rarely participating in group games. She spent every available moment in the art lodge, filling sketchbook pages with an unnerving speed and intensity. Her drawings were technically brilliant but deeply strange. Landscapes where trees twisted into pained human shapes, animals with too many legs or eyes that glowed with internal light, portraits of other campers where the smiles were subtly too wide, the eyes slightly vacant, and always that recurring symbol. The three interlocking circles, one broken, tucked into a corner, almost like a signature. I tried asking her about it once. She just looked at me with those dark, solemn eyes and whispered, "He watches through the gaps." He being Mr. Nibs, the vaguely defined camp bogeyman the younger kids sometimes whispered about, likely born from Alan's warnings or the woods themselves. The art lodge itself had a peculiar atmosphere. Even on sunny days, the inside felt cool, dim, smelling perpetually of clay, turpentine, and something else, a faint metallic undertone like old pennies. Sometimes, working there alone, sorting supplies, I'd get the distinct feeling of being watched, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, but would turn to find only rows of drying pottery and silent easels. The first rule was tested on Wednesday during the afternoon art session. The theme was forest creatures. Most kids drew clumsy deer or lopsided owls. Lily, sitting in her usual corner, worked with intense focus, her black crayon moving rapidly across the large paper. I drifted over, curious despite myself. She held it up without looking at me. It was a rabbit, white, rendered with startling realism. The soft fur, the long ears, the twitching nose, except for the paws, extending from the furry wrists, were too perfectly drawn. Slender, five-fingered human hands, palms facing outward, fingers slightly curled, nails meticulously detailed. They looked disturbingly like older, paler versions of Lily's own hands. Rule 1. If a child draws a rabbit with human hands, take their crayons away and don't let them nap alone. The image hit me with physical force. It wasn't just creepy. It felt significant, intentional, like a symbol unlocked. My breath caught. The drawing seemed to radiate a faint, almost imperceptible warmth, a low thrum of energy. The rabbit's black crayon eyes seemed to bore directly into mine. My mind raced. Dismiss it? It's just a kid's weird drawing. But Alan's explicit instruction, the specificity, and the feeling emanating from the paper. No, I couldn't risk it. My past inaction regarding my brother haunted me. Protect the children. Follow the rules. Keeping my voice light, casual, fighting a tremor in my hands, I knelt beside Lily. "Wow, Lily," I said, forcing a smile. "That's a very unique rabbit. Really creative." My eyes avoided the human hands. "You know what? Snack time is starting out by the lake. Let's be first in line. Why don't you leave your drawing here to dry? And we'll put the crayons away nice and safe." Gently, before she could react, I scooped up her large box of crayons, closing the lid firmly. Her gaze flickered up at me, dark and unreadable for a moment. Did I imagine a flash of cold anger quickly suppressed? Or was it just confusion? She didn't protest, just gave a small silent nod. I took her hand. It felt cold, and led her out of the art lodge towards the sounds of other children gathering. The warmth from the drawing seemed to fade the further we got from it. Nap time in the cabin later was an exercise in forced calm. I made sure Lily's bunk was near mine and Chloe's, who was reading, oblivious. I pretended to organize supplies, my ears strained, watching Lily. She didn't sleep, just lay facing the wall, utterly still. A low, almost inaudible humming sound, distinctly like the one she sometimes made while drawing, seemed to emanate from her bunk, vibrating faintly in the quiet cabin. It stopped the instant Chloe shifted or I moved too close. Rule 1 observed. But the feeling of having interfered with something I didn't understand, of having merely paused rather than stopped it, left me deeply unsettled. The rabbit's hands lingered behind my eyes. The unease lingered long after the rabbit drawing incident. I kept Lily's crayons locked away, ignoring her silent, questioning looks during art time where she now only used pencils. Her drawings becoming even starker, filled with sharp, geometric patterns that seemed to fight against organic shapes. I redoubled my vigilance during nap times, the memory of that low hum, keeping me perpetually on edge. Chloe noticed my anxiety. "Okay, seriously, Liam, what's going on?" she asked one evening as we walked back from the campfire. "Your wound tighter than a banjo string. Is this still about Lily's creepy drawing, or Alan's rules?" I hesitated, then decided to risk it, needing an ally, or at least a reality check. I told her about Rule 1, taking the crayons, the humming during nap time, the general feeling of wrongness I couldn't shake. Chloe listened, frowning. "Okay, that is weird," she admitted, pulling her jacket tighter against the night chill. "Alan's rules always seemed like overkill, but the humming, and Lily has been acting more withdrawn." She kicked at a pine cone. "Last night, I swear when I was locking up the art lodge, I saw one of the paintings on the drying rack. I thought one of the eyes moved. Just a flicker. Blamed it on shadows, being tired. Blamed it on shadows." She looked at me, her usual skepticism replaced by shared unease. Maybe there is something to it. Her validation, hesitant as it was both terrifying and a relief. We started observing more closely together, noticing small things. The way certain symbols reappeared in different kids' artwork. The way campfire stories about local legends seemed to make the woods outside the firelight feel colder, more attentive. The way the described sound of scratching sometimes came from the inside of the art lodge's supply closet door. My research continued during brief trips into town for supplies. Martha, the librarian, helped me find more obscure local histories. I learned the land Camp Hemlock occupied was considered thin even by early settlers, avoided by local tribes who spoke of spirits drawn to places of strong making, creation, art, intense emotion. One brittle manuscript detailed the original artist's retreat founder, Silas Blackwood. Again, coincidence or pattern, and his increasingly erratic attempts to capture the spirit of the mountain in his art, culminating in his vanishing and the retreat's closure. Were we dealing with his ghost, or the spirit he tried to capture? The answer, or at least the next escalation, came during a rainy afternoon quiet time activity in the main lodge. Kids were reading, playing board games. I was tidying the craft supply shelves. Lily was sketching in her usual corner. I found a stray drawing tucked behind some construction paper. Not Lily's intricate style, but cruder, done in thick black marker. It depicted a stick figure with too many eyes looking in the window of a cabin, disturbingly similar to the rule. One call from the dispatcher story I never experienced. Focus, Liam. Disturbingly similar to the Code 7 calls Martha had vaguely referenced from Old Town police blotters. As I looked at it, chilled, the paper felt suddenly, intensely cold in my hand. Then it trembled. A distinct, unnatural vibration, like an electric current running through it. Rule 2. If any drawing moves while unattended, burn it without looking at the eyes. My heart leaped. This wasn't unattended. It was in my hand, but it moved, dropping the drawing onto a nearby table as if burned. I looked around frantically. Fireplace across the room, cold and empty. Matches, lighter, in my cabin, outside, through the rain. Chloe, I hissed, keeping my voice low, trying not to alarm the kids. Chloe looked up from her book, startled by my tone. I nodded urgently towards the drawing on the table, then towards the fireplace. Understanding dawned in her eyes, mixed with fear. While Chloe subtly moved to block the kids' view of the table, I snatched the drawing, carefully holding it face down, avoiding the multi-eyed figure. I rushed to the large stone fireplace, grabbed the box of long matches kept on the mantelpiece. My hands shook violently as I struck one. The flame flared, holding the drawing by a corner. Still facing away, I touched the match to it. It caught instantly, curling inwards, burning fast. Don't look at the eyes! The command screamed in my head. But the acrid smoke, the heat, morbid curiosity flared. Just a glimpse, as the paper blackened and curled, just before the figure was consumed. I risked it. My eyes darted towards the drawing. The multiple black crayon eyes weren't just staring. They seemed to widen, melting, bubbling, fixing on me with perceived, focused malice in the instant before the flames devoured them completely. A faint, high-pitched sighing sound, like escaping air, accompanied the final disintegration into black ash in the hearth. I stumbled back, gasping. The image of those melting, malevolent eyes burned into my retinas. Chloe rushed over. "Did you see it?" she whispered, her face pale. I could only nod, unable to speak. Rule 2 observed. But looking at those eyes felt like another violation, another connection made. That night, sleep was shattered by nightmares more vivid than ever. Not just vague fears, but specific images from the children's drawings. The rabbit's hands beckoning from the trees, the multi-eyed figure peering through my cabin window, all rendered in Lily's unnervingly precise style, and interwoven with them, a new element. The clear, described sound of charcoal scratching rapidly on paper, coming from just outside my locked door. I huddled under my blankets waiting for dawn, convinced something was out there, drawing my fear. The aftermath of burning the moving drawing left a residue of fear that permeated the remaining camp session. Chloe and I were now united in our vigilance, constantly scanning artwork, watching Lily, sharing uneasy glances over the heads of the oblivious children. We found more disturbing drawings hidden away. Crude maps of the camp with sections marked in red, stick figures being pulled into the lake, variations of the rabbit with human hands. We burned them all, silently, quickly. The smell of smoke becoming a grimly familiar scent around the maintenance furnace. Alan remained a wall of forced calm, acknowledging our reports of disturbing artwork with tight-lipped nods, reminding us only to maintain protocol, and sure the children's activities remained positive. Her denial felt increasingly thin, dangerous. Was she protecting the camp or protecting the entity? My research hit a dead end locally. The town library held no more overt clues. The online forums were ghost towns. Whatever haunted Camp Hemlock felt intensely localized. Its lore perhaps intentionally obscured or forgotten by the surrounding community over generations. The only remaining source seemed to be the camp itself, the children's unfiltered perceptions, and whatever lay buried in Alan's locked office or Hezekiah Blackbriar's legacy. Lily grew quieter still, her drawing more obsessive. She filled page after page with symbols, landscapes that shifted perspective, and increasingly, portraits, not just of animals or other campers, but detailed sketches of Alan, of Chloe, of Hemlock from the library story. No! Focus! Of Old Man Hemlock from the Appalachian Library outline, also wrong. Focus, Liam. She drew portraits of Alan, of Chloe, of the other counselors, capturing their likenesses with uncanny skill, but always with something slightly off in the eyes, a vacant quality that mirrored her own distant gaze. I felt a creeping dread every time she started a new portrait, terrified it would be me. I tried gently redirecting her. Why not draw the lake today, Lily? Or the big fir tree? But she would just shake her head, her focus absolute. The entity, it seemed, was pushing towards its final goal through her hand. The end-of-session art exhibition, traditionally a cheerful display of lopsided pottery and landscape paintings in the main lodge, felt charged with unbearable tension this year. Alan seemed jumpy, overseeing the setup with hawk-like intensity, quickly removing any drawing she deemed unsuitable, with a curt explanation about thematic consistency. Chloe and I moved through the preparations in a state of high alert, constantly scanning the artwork being pinned up. It happened just as parents were scheduled to arrive for the final pickup the next morning. The exhibition was set. Alan and Chloe were handling final cabin cleanups. I was doing one last walkthrough of the quiet art lodge, collecting stray supplies. Lily was there, sitting alone at her usual table, sketchbook open, charcoal pencil flying across the page. "Hey, Lily," I said softly, approaching cautiously. Almost time for the final campfire story. Getting hungry? She didn't look up, just continued drawing, her small hand moving with fierce intensity. "Almost finished," she whispered, her voice distant, dreamy. "He wants this one perfect. For the collection." My blood ran cold. "He? Who? Lily?" "Mr. Nibbs," she murmured, still drawing. "He says it's time for the counselor to arrive." My gaze fell on the sketchbook page. It was me, a charcoal portrait, rendered with terrifying accuracy. Me, standing right here in the art lodge, flashlight in hand from my earlier check of the darkroom. The likeness was perfect, capturing my exhaustion, my fear, my guarded expression. But the mouth, it was still just a neutral line, not smiling, not yet. "Lily," I said, my voice tight with panic, remembering Rule 3 with crystal clarity. That's enough drawing for tonight. Let's put it away." I reached for the sketchbook. Her head snapped up, eyes suddenly focused, sharp and cold, utterly unlike her usual distant gaze. "No," she said, her voice flat, cold. "He says it's finished now." And as I watched, frozen in horror, the charcoal line of the mouth on the portrait of me began to curve upwards, slowly, deliberately, wider, 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 stretching into a fixed, black, predatory smile, impossibly wide, filled with mocking, possessive intelligence. Rule 3. If a child draws you, and the drawing smiles, you are no longer their counselor. A sickening wave of vertigo slammed into me, the floor seeming to tilt, the art lodge walls momentarily dissolving into swirling gray static. A high-pitched whine, like malfunctioning audio feedback, filled my ears. I looked down at my own hands. They flickered, momentarily transparent, like a poorly rendered image threatening to delete itself. The connection between me and the smiling portrait felt suddenly, horribly tangible, an invisible thread tightening, pulling me towards the paper, towards replacement. My time was up. The offering was complete. And I wasn't Counselor Liam anymore. The only question left was what part of me, if any, would remain when the transfer was finished. The charcoal smile on the portrait of me stretched wider, impossibly wide, splitting the paper face into a terrifying rictus of possessive alien glee. You are no longer their counselor. Rule 3 wasn't just a termination notice. It was an eviction. From my role, from my body, from myself. Vertigo slammed into me, fierce and disorienting. The solid dock beneath my feet seemed to waver, the lake behind Lily dissolving into swirling gray static. My own hands, gripping the dock railing, flickered, becoming momentarily translucent, outlines wavering like charcoal dust about to be blown away. A low, resonant humming sound filled the air, seeming to emanate from the sketchbook Lily held with blank-eyed stillness, growing steadily louder, vibrating deep within my skull. The entity, Mr. Nibs, the sketcher, whatever it was pulling me in, using Lily's art, her focus, as the conduit for replacement. Panic clawed at my throat. I had to break the connection. But how? The rules offered no defense for this stage, only escape before it happened. My eyes darted around. Liam's frantic warnings about fighting back echoed. Alan's confirmation. It manifests through creation. Creation. My counselor backpack lay spilled open nearby from when I'd knelt beside Lily earlier. My own sketchbook. Charcoal pencils. An idea sparked, insane, desperate. Born from the entity's own methodology. Fight art with art. With art. Ignoring the intensifying vertigo. The feeling of my own essence being siphoned away towards the grinning portrait. I lunged for my backpack. My fingers closed around a thick stick of charcoal. I ripped a blank page from my sketchbook. Counter-narrative required. A cold, synthesized voice seemed to whisper directly into my mind. Nix? No. Focus, Liam. A cold, multi-layered whisper echoed around the dock, seemingly coming from the humming sketchbook Lily held. The offering completes the portrait. Not this offering, I snarled, dropping to my knees on the weathered planks, charcoal poised over my own blank page. I started drawing, not replicating Lily's horrifying portrait, but creating a counter-image, a ward. I sketched myself, quickly, crudely, but infused with defiance. Eyes wide but focused, not empty. Mouth set in a determined line, not a consuming smile. Around the figure, I drew the protective symbols I'd half remembered from Appalachian folklore books Sarah showed me. Wrong story link. From the local history books Martha had shown me. Interlocking triangles, spirals turning outward, not inward. Then, I drew the lake. The pines grounding my sketched self firmly in the real setting. As I drew, the world around me reacted. The humming from Lily's sketchbook intensified into a discordant shriek, the sound scraping against my nerves. The wind suddenly howled down the valley, whipping the lake into whitecaps, tearing at my clothes. The pages of Lily's sketchbook fluttered violently, threatening to rip free. The smiling portrait seemed to pulse with dark energy, fighting my counter-narrative. Chloe's terrified shout reached me over the wind. Liam, what's happening? I saw her running down the path from the lodge, Alan close behind her. Stay back, I yelled, not looking up from my frantic sketching. It's the drawing. The psychic pull intensified, trying to tear my focus away, trying to complete the transfer. My vision blurred, the image of my own hand fading again. Almost there. I focused on my charcoal, on the page, pouring all my fear, my protective instinct for Lily and Chloe, my defiance against this parasitic entity, into one final symbol. A strong, closed circle, drawn firmly around the defiant figure of myself in myself. Sketch. Containing myself. Protecting myself. The moment I completed the circle, a sharp resonant snap, like a high-tension wire breaking, echoed across the dock. The discordant shriek from Lily's sketchbook cut off instantly. The wind died down as abruptly as it had risen. Lily gasped, blinked, her eyes focusing. She looked down at the sketchbook in her lap as if seeing it for the first time, then whimpered, dropping it onto the planks. I collapsed forward, gasping, charcoal stick falling from numb fingers. The vertigo receded. My hands felt solid again. The psychic pull vanished, leaving only a profound exhaustion and the lingering echo of that static shriek. Chloe reached me, grabbing my arm. "Liam, are you okay?" "What was that?" I pointed a trembling finger towards Lily's fallen sketchbook. Cautiously, Chloe picked it up. The portrait of me was still there, but the horrifying smile was gone, replaced by a neutral charcoal line. The eyes were smudged, empty. And overlaid across the entire portrait were faint gray lines, like the static I'd felt in my head, seemingly canceling out the image beneath. My counter-drawing had worked. It hadn't destroyed the connection, perhaps, but it had corrupted it, neutralized it, broken the spell. Lily started crying softly. Alan reached us, her face grim, taking in the scene. The crying child, the altered drawing, my own shaking form, Chloe's terrified expression. "Rule 3, Alan murmured, her voice barely audible, above the now normal sounds of the wind and lake. "No one's ever redrawn it before." She looked at me, her eyes holding a mixture of awe and profound fear. "What have you done, Liam?" The immediate aftermath was a blur of hushed explanations and barely concealed fear. Alan quickly took charge, bundling a confused and tearful Lily back towards the main lodge, instructing Chloe to initiate an early, and likely fictional, lights out for the other campers, pointedly avoiding any detailed questions. She asked me only one thing, her voice tight. "The portrait?" "Neutralized, I think," I'd replied, still shaky, holding up my own charcoal counter sketch. I drew over its intent. Alan had stared at my drawing. The defiant figure, the wards, the contained sketch of Mr. Nibbs, then back at the smudged, empty-eyed portrait Lily had dropped. "Unprecedented," she'd murmured. "You've altered the narrative's anchor." She insisted I bring both sketchbooks back to her office immediately. There, amidst the scent of old wood and disinfectant, she finally revealed more than cryptic warnings. "The entity, the sketcher, Mr. Nibbs, whatever the children call it, it's tied to this land, this camp," she explained, her voice low, weary, older than the camp itself. "Drawn to strong emotions, strong creativity, it manifests, imprints itself through art, especially the children's. Their belief is purer, the conduit cleaner. The rules," she confirmed, "were desperate measures passed down through camp directors, learned through tragedy. Rule 1's rabbit hands were a specific seed signature. The entity favored. Removing the tools disrupted its formation early. Rule 2's moving drawings were partial manifestations, conduits gaining power. Burning them severed the link, but looking in the eyes risked psychic backlash or connection. And Rule 3, the smiling portrait. Alan said, her gaze distant, haunted. That's the final stage. Imprinting. It uses the portrait as an anchor to overwrite the subject. We always thought it was irreversible. Counselors who triggered it vanished, not just left, vanished. From records, from memory, replaced perhaps by the echo in the drawing. She looked at my counter sketch. "What you did, redrawing, asserting your own narrative over its imprint. It shouldn't have been possible. You've introduced a paradox, so it's gone?" I asked, hope flickering. "I doubt it," she said grimly. "Repelled? Confused? Certainly, but likely adapting. And now it knows you can fight back on its own terms, which makes you uniquely valuable and uniquely dangerous. The camp session ended abruptly the next day. A sudden plumbing emergency requiring early closure. Parents arrived, collecting bewildered children. Lily seemed subdued, her memory of the final afternoon hazy, though she clung briefly to my hand at departure, whispering, "Mr. Nibbs doesn't like your circles." Liam stayed behind, helping Alan and me with the emergency cleanup. While our conversation was strained, filled with unspoken questions, he knew something terrible had happened, something beyond explanation, and seemed content, for now, to simply offer quiet support, a grounding presence. Alan formally offered me the position for next summer. Not just counselor, but artistic program coordinator and safety liaison. A euphemism I understood completely. The pay was significantly better. The responsibility, immense. Leaving Camp Hemlock that fall felt different. I wasn't fleeing, but I wasn't entirely free either. The confrontation, the counter-drawing, had changed me. I felt attuned, hyper aware of symbols, of the emotional resonance in art, of the thin places where imagination could bleed into reality. And I felt responsible for the camp, for the children who would return next summer, for the entity I had challenged but not destroyed. In my bag, I carried not just my clothes, but my sketchbook from the climax, the charcoal drawing of myself circled in wards, the trapped sketch of Mr. Nibbs within its lines. It felt warm, dormant but alive, and tucked within the pages of Hezekiah Blackbriar's journal from the library story. Stop it, Liam. Wrong story. Tucked within the pages of the camp's own sparse historical records Alan had finally given me access to were notes from Silas Blackwood, the artist founder of the original retreat. He wrote of sympathetic artistry, narrative containment, and using creative intent as both shield and boundary. My desperate act had precedence. Blackwood had tried similar things before he vanished. Now, I had to learn to master them. Returning to Camp Hemlock, the following June felt like stepping back into a half-remembered dream. Familiar yet fundamentally altered, the Oregon woods were just as deep, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, but the silence felt less watchful, less menacing. Or perhaps I had changed. Alan greeted me with weary relief. Chloe, surprisingly, returned as well, her skepticism replaced by a quiet determination after witnessing the edge of the abyss last summer. We were a team now, bound by shared knowledge and the unspoken responsibility of protecting the new intake of campers. My role was different. Officially, I ran the art lodge. Unofficially, I was the camp's psychic guardian. My sketchbook and charcoal sticks my primary tools. We implemented new protocols alongside the old rules, subtly weaving protective measures into the fabric of camp life. Art sessions became exercises in positive symbolism and contained expression. I taught the kids about mandalas, focusing energy. Say, I show me one energy, lucky symbols drawn from benign folklore, disguised wards. Encouraged collaborative murals filled with bright colors and strong, grounding imagery. We closely monitored all artwork, especially Lily's, who returned, seeming calmer, her art still brilliant but less overtly disturbing. When Rule 1 triggered, a younger boy shyly presented a rabbit sketch, the paws disturbingly hand-like. I didn't just confiscate his crayons. I sat with him, praised his creativity, then gently guided him. That's a very interesting forest friend, but maybe he needs some proper rabbit feet to hop better. And look, let's draw some bright flowers around him to keep him safe and happy. Together we altered the drawing, overwriting the disturbing element, redirecting the creative energy. The boy seemed happy. The drawing lost its chilling resonance. It felt like narrative therapy. Rule 2 required vigilance. Drawings left unattended were still treated as potentially hazardous. Chloe or I would collect them, checked them carefully. One afternoon, a painting left on a windowsill did seem to shimmer, the painted eyes of a generic landscape seeming to track movement. Following the revised protocol based on Blackbriar's notes, I didn't burn it immediately. I quickly sketched a complex binding sigil I'd adapted from his journal onto a small piece of paper and placed it over the painting's eyes, then carried it carefully to the furnace. The low hum of the furnace consuming it felt final, contained. Rule 3 remained the highest alert. We discouraged portraiture subtly, steered kids towards landscapes or abstracts. Constant vigilance was the key. The entity, the sketcher, Mr. Nibs. It was still here, a subtle pressure at the edge of perception, especially potent within the art lodge. I felt it watching sometimes, a cold intelligence assessing my countermeasures, sometimes a faint scratching sound, like charcoal on rough paper, could be heard from the lodge's empty corners late at night. But the direct, aggressive manifestation seemed held in check by our proactive art magic. The summer progressed, tense but manageable. We were holding the line. On the final night, the traditional end-of-camp art show, the lodge buzzed with parents and children, proudly displaying lanyards, paintings, pottery. Lily showed her parents a beautiful watercolor landscape of the lake at sunrise, vibrant and peaceful. Alan watched the proceedings, a rare, genuine smile touching her lips. Later, after the parents and children departed, after the last bonfire embers faded, I walked through the quiet, empty art lodge one last time, doing a final cleanup. Tapped to the main display board, almost hidden behind a larger painting, was a small, folded piece of drawing paper, not signed. My heart pounded as I unfolded it. It was a charcoal sketch, simple, childlike, yet holding immense power. It depicted the art lodge itself. Around the lodge, sketched firmly, were the protective symbols I had taught the children, forming a distinct, unbroken circle. And inside the circle, outside the lodge door, sat a small, scribbled, shadowy figure that vaguely resembled a rabbit with malformed hands. It looked trapped, unable to get in. Beneath the drawing, a single word was written in shaky, childish print. Safe. I stared at the drawing for a long time, a wave of profound relief washing over me, so potent it felt like grief. Had Lily drawn this, or another child? Unconsciously channeling the protective energy we'd fostered. It didn't matter. It was a sign. Containment wasn't just about burning the bad images. It was about creating stronger, more positive ones, fighting nightmare with defiant creativity. Tucking the drawing carefully into my pocket, I switched off the art lodge lights. Outside, the Oregon forest was dark, silent, vast. But tonight, the silence felt different, peaceful. The final sound wasn't static, or a whisper, or a scratch. It was just the soft, rhythmic chirp of crickets in the cool night air, the ordinary, resilient pulse of the living world holding its own against the darkness. My work wasn't over. Perhaps it never would be. But tonight, we were safe. Liam became Camp Hemlock's guardian, using art to fight the nightmares within the drawings. If you enjoyed this chilling story, please like, share, and subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. Sleep tight, and maybe check your kids' artwork. Welcome back to Night Creepypasta Rules. Tonight's story takes us into the long, dark halls of Northgate High, where the night janitor follows 3 strange rules left behind by his predecessor. Don't look into the lit classroom. Wave. But don't speak. And whatever you do, if the bell rings at 3:17 a.m., run. But some echoes don't stay quiet. And tonight, someone must decide if he'll clean the building or save its soul. I'm a janitor at a high school in Ohio. We have 3 rules to survive. The checklist they give the night janitor at Northgate High covers floors, trash, and locks. The list the last guy left's that turn on alone, students who aren't there, and why you run like hell if the bell rings at 3:17 a.m. My name's Frank Kowalski. For 3 years now, 5 nights a week, this old brick behemoth in northeastern Ohio has been my domain after the last bell rings, and the echoes of teenage chaos fade into something else, something quieter, heavier. Came here after the steel mill downstate. Finally gave up the ghost, taking 30 years of my life with it. Needed steady work. Something quiet where I could just put my head down, push a buffer, and not think too much about empty chairs at the kitchen table. Northgate High offered quiet. All right, maybe too much of it. The place breathes differently after dark. During the day, it's noise and movement. At night, the silence settles thick as century-old dust in the rafters. You hear everything, the low, resonant hum of the ancient boiler in the sub-basement, vibrating faintly through the concrete, the sigh and occasional shudder of the ventilation system, circulating air thick with the scent of industrial floor wax, disinfectant, chalk dust, and something indefinably older, like stale memories trapped in the plaster. My own footsteps, muffled by worn rubber soles, echo too loudly down the long, polished corridors, lit only by the intermittent flickering, buzzing security lights that cast more shadows than illumination. Tonight feels heavier than usual. A damp chill seeps in, unusual for early fall, carrying the scent of rain and decaying leaves from the woods, pressing close against the school's north wing. I start my rounds on the first floor, pushing the squeaking utility cart ahead of me. The distinct rhythmic slosh of water in the mop bucket is a familiar counterpoint to the building's quiet size. Passing the main office wing, I see a light still on in one classroom. Sarah Jenkins, the young English teacher, dedicated, often stays late grading. I pause, see her silhouette bent over papers at her desk. We exchange brief waves sometimes, small islands of normalcy in the vast emptiness. Tonight, her light feels reassuring, a small defiance against the encroaching dark. Principal Thorne's office further down is predictably dark. Her memos about energy conservation are legendary. I reach the main janitor's closet near the gymnasium, a cramped space smelling strongly of ammonia and damp rags. Tucked behind a rusty pipe, almost hidden, is the laminated card old Henderson left behind before he retired so abruptly last spring. Health reasons, Thorne had said curtly. Henderson looked fine when I saw him buying beer later that week, but his eyes had held a haunted, jittery look I recognized from my mill days. The look of a man who'd seen the gears up close and knew they could take a finger, or worse. I know the card by heart now, but sometimes I still pull it out, reading the blocky handwritten words under my flashlight beam. Northgate night shift, Phi I-1. Lights on, eyes off. Classroom lights come on by themselves down an empty hall. Keep walking. Don't peek inside. Not your circuit to fix, my thought. Faulty wiring, or something using the wiring. 2. The waving kid. See a student after hours you don't recognize? If they wave, just give a nod or wave back brief. Don't talk to them. They ain't looking for detention, I thought. Prankster, or the echoes old Mrs. Gable, the retired librarian, used to whisper about. 3. The 3:17 bell. Hear the main school bell ring clear at 3:17 a.m. Not a short circuit, not a test. Drop everything. Exit the building immediately via nearest door. Wait outside till 3:20 a.m. Then go back, I thought. This one feels different. Too specific. Too absolute. What happens between 3:17 and 3:20 sounds like pure hogwash. The kind of ghost stories you tell to scare the new guy. But after 3 years of nights here, you learn the building has habits. You learn which stairwell always feels colder, which hallway makes the hair on your arms stand up. You learn to trust the warnings, even the crazy ones, especially the crazy ones. My past taught me the high cost of ignoring procedure, of freezing when action was needed. Here, the procedure is the action, even if that action is deliberate ignorance or sudden flight. I tuck the card away, grab a fresh mop head, I tuck the card away, grab a fresh mop head, back in the main corridor, heading towards the older north wing. I hear it. A faint but distinct metallic rattling, like multiple small locker doors vibrating gently, echoing from far down the darkened hallway. I stop, listening intently. The sound fades. Just the building settling, I tell myself, gripping the mop handle tighter. Old building, lots of settling. Further down, near the library entrance, the overhead lights pulse erratically for several seconds. A slow, rhythmic dimming and brightening, before stabilizing again with a louder than usual electrical hum. My eyes scan the shadows. Nothing seems out of place. Reaching the end of the hall near the gymnasium entrance, my foot nudges something on the floor. I shine my flashlight down. A single sheet of drawing paper, escaped from the art room perhaps. Crayons, childishly rendered. It depicts the school's bell tower, tall and imposing. But drawn across the bell itself is a crude, jagged crack, colored in angry red. I pick it up, intending to throw it away, then pause. A shiver, cold and unrelated to the drafty hallway, traces its way down my spine. I crumple the drawing, shove it deep into my cart's trash receptacle, and push onward into the vast, echoing quiet of the school night. The rules feel heavier tonight. The silence feels like it's listening more intently. And 3:17 a.m. feels a long, long way off. The silence after the lights in 11B snapped off felt heavy, judgmental. I finished buffing the main hallway floor. The buffers drone unnervingly loud in the wake of the anomaly. My mind raced, trying to fit the event into a logical box. Faulty ballast, timer glitch, motion sensor malfunction, triggered by, and Rule 1 felt less like superstition now, more like a necessary if baffling safety protocol. My days off became consumed by Northgate High. Albeit remotely, I found myself at the small-town library, ignoring the curious glances of Martha, the librarian. As I trolled through microfiche archives of the Havenwood Gazette and brittle school board minutes, Zara Jenkins, the English teacher, proved an invaluable, if initially unwitting, research assistant. I'd mentioned my interest in the school's long history, and she, passionate about local lore, enthusiastically dug up digitized yearbooks and alumni newsletters. Room 11D, I learned, had indeed belonged to Mr. Abernathy, the popular history teacher who died suddenly in the mid-70s. Officially, a heart attack. Unofficially, Sarah found archived student newspaper articles from the time mentioning Abernathy had become withdrawn. Obsessed, complaining about flickering lights and whispers in the walls of his classroom in the weeks leading up to his death. One article quoted a student saying Abernathy claimed the room held memories too strongly. The student disappearance from the late 90s was harder to pin down. Daniel Miller, talented musician, gifted artist, but increasingly troubled, according to counselor notes Sarah managed to partially access. He spent hours alone in the music wing practice rooms, adjacent to 11B. Vanished without a trace one rainy October night. Vanished without a trace one rainy October night. His locker contained only cryptic drawings and song lyrics about hearing the wrong bell in the quiet place behind the music. No official explanation was ever found. Back on shift, the knowledge added layers of dread to my routine. The school felt less empty, more populated by lingering questions and potential echoes. One rainy evening, Sarah stayed late again, grading papers. As I emptied her trash, she looked up, her expression weary but friendly. "Find any interesting history, Frank?" she asked, rubbing her temples. "This place gives me a headache sometimes. The lighting, I think. Just old building stories," I said noncommittally. "You ever notice anything odd, working late?" She hesitated, biting her lip. "It sounds stupid," she admitted quietly, "but sometimes Sometimes I feel like I see movement out of the corner of my eye down the hall, like a student walking past. But when I look, there's no one there." She forced a laugh. "Just tired eyes and too many essays, right?" My blood ran cold. Rule 2. See a student after hours you don't recognize. Had she seen Daniel Miller's echo? Probably just shadows, I said, keeping my voice even. Plays tricks. But her casual comment felt like another confirmation. Later that night, patrolling the second floor near the art rooms, I saw it myself. Standing at the far end of the long, dimly lit corridor, leaning against a bank of lockers, was a figure. Indistinct in the shadows, but undeniably shaped like a high school student, maybe wearing a hoodie. They were perfectly still. My heart hammered. Was this it? Was it Daniel? Or just a trick of the light? My own research fueling paranoia. I gripped my mop handle tighter, took a tentative step forward. "Hey!" I called out, voice raspy. "School's closed." The figure didn't respond, didn't move. Then, slowly, deliberately, it lifted a hand. A small, hesitant wave. Rule 2, wave back, but don't speak. My own hand felt heavy, disconnected. But I forced it up, gave a quick, jerky wave in return. My throat tight. I didn't speak, didn't move closer, just stood there, 50 yards away, acknowledging the impossible figure. An intense wave of cold, far colder than the ambient hallway temperature, washed over me, carrying with it a profound sense of melancholy, of youthful despair so thick it almost choked me. It felt like standing too close to an open grave. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the figure faded. Not walked away, but dissolved, melting back into the deep shadows by the lockers until nothing remained. I stood there for a long time, breathing heavily, the unnatural cold slowly receding, leaving only the normal chill of the old building and the lingering echo of that profound sadness. It wasn't just a ghost, it felt like a memory, trapped, replaying itself. Sarah hadn't been seeing things. Rule 2 wasn't about pranksters. It was about acknowledging grief without engaging the source directly. What happened if you did speak? Did you get drawn into the echo? Shaken, I continued my rounds, the school feeling heavier, sadder, more dangerous than ever. The waving echo became a semi-regular occurrence over the next few weeks. Always the same spot, second floor, near the art rooms and lockers. Always silent, always waving hesitantly, always fading after I performed the strange, silent ritual of waving back. Each time, it left me with that same lingering chill, that same wave of profound melancholy. I learned to anticipate it, to perform the wave almost automatically. A grim check-in with the school's resident sorrow. Zara Jenkins saw it too, one night when we were leaving together, after she'd stayed exceptionally late for parent-teacher consultations. She gasped, grabbing my arm, pointing towards the end of the hall where the figure stood silhouetted against the exit light. "Frank, did you see that?" "Yeah," I said quietly. "Just wave back, Sarah. Don't say anything." She looked at me, then at the figure, then hesitantly raised her hand. The figure faded. Sarah stared at the empty space, pale and trembling. What was that? About the rules, about Henderson, about the lights in 11B, about my research into Daniel Miller, the vanished musician. She listened in stunned silence, her initial skepticism dissolving into wide-eyed fear and dawning understanding. "The bell," she breathed, connecting the dots. Daniel's note mentioned the bell. 3:17. "I know," I said grimly, "and the anniversary of his disappearance is coming up." From then on, Sarah became my cautious ally. She used her daytime access to dig deeper, finding archived school newspapers with more details about Daniel. His talent, his increasing isolation, rumors he was hearing things. Obsessed with the school's old bell tower. She found maintenance requests from that era complaining about the bell system, acting erratically. specifically ringing off schedule in the early morning hours. And she found one chilling account from a former teacher, long retired, mentioning Daniel had claimed the 3:17 a.m. bell sang a song only he could hear, and that it wanted him to be quiet. The logic, twisted as it was, began to form. The building held the echo of Daniel's trauma, inextricably linked to the bell at 3:17 a.m. Rule 1, Light's classroom, might be witnessing residual moments of his solitary practice or despair. Rule 2, waiting student, was encountering his primary echo directly. And Rule 3, the bell, was the peak manifestation, the replay of the event itself, demanding evacuation. Principal Thorne remained a wall of institutional denial. When I presented Sarah's findings about the historical bell malfunctions and the 317 connection, carefully omitting the spectral student, Thorne dismissed it curtly. Old wiring, Mr. Kowalski. Scheduled for upgrade next fiscal year. Maybe. Ensure doors are locked. Her willful ignorance felt dangerous. As the anniversary of Daniel's disappearance approached, the atmosphere in the school grew palpably heavier. The subtle anomalies intensified. The described sounds of locker doors rattling became more frequent, more widespread. Faint, discordant piano notes, described sound, sometimes drifted from the locked music wing late at night. Cold spots felt larger, lingering longer. I started finding more of those strange drawings. The cracked bell, tucked into textbooks, left on cafeteria tables. Then came the warning. I was buffing the floors in the main entrance hall, the large clock above the office doors reading 2:55 a.m. 5 nights before the anniversary. The school was utterly silent. The buffer switched off while I reapplied wax. A single sharp metallic clang echoed through the building. I froze, every muscle tensing. The school bell. Once, just like Daniel's note implied it might start. Heart pounding. I grabbed my keys, ready to bolt for the nearest exit. Rule 3 flashing in my mind, but silence followed. No second chime, no frantic continuous ringing, just the heavy silence settling back, perhaps even deeper than before. A test? A precursor? A reminder that the anniversary was coming? That the 317 event was drawing closer? I didn't wait to find out. I left the buffer, gathered my things, and walked quickly, purposefully, towards the main doors, my footsteps echoing too loudly. I needed to be outside, away from the listening silence, before the clock ticked closer to the appointed hour. The single chime felt like the first tremor before the earthquake. The week leading up to the anniversary of Daniel Miller's disappearance was the longest of my life. Each night shift at Northgate High felt like walking into a pressure cooker, the silence thick with anticipation, the building seeming to hold its breath. The single premature bell chime had been the overture. Now the smaller anomalies intensified daily. Lights flickered constantly, old corridors plunging into darkness, then flaring back. The described sounds of movement were incessant. Chairs scraping across floors in empty classrooms above me. Lockers rattling violently down deserted hallways. Faint, distorted piano music drifting from the sealed music wing at all hours. The waving echo of Daniel appeared almost every night now, sometimes in multiple places at once. His form less translucent, more defined, his expression increasingly desperate. I performed the silent wave, Rule 2, but the feeling of sorrow it imparted was becoming almost unbearable. Zara, bless her brave heart, insisted on staying late with me each night leading up to the anniversary, setting up a research station in the library, ostensibly working on lesson plans, but really acting as my backup, my witness, our connection, Fraga's shield against the encroaching dread. We communicated via walkie-talkies, keeping channels open, reporting anomalies. Frank, the lights in the gymnasium just went completely black. Her voice crackled one night, tight with fear, and I swear I heard. Cheering? Like a crowd? Stay put, Sarah, I responded, moving towards the gym. Lock the library doors. I'll check it out. The gym was dark. Silent. Empty when I arrived. The only sound my own footsteps echoing on the polished floor. Our research culminated in finding Daniel's hidden journal, tucked away in a loose ventilation grate in the music wing, missed by the original investigation. Its pages were filled with frantic writing, musical notation that dissolved into jagged symbols, and chilling descriptions of the 3:17 a.m. bell. He didn't just hear it. He felt it calling him, promising quiet from the music only he could hear in his head. He wrote out the shadow behind the sound, the cold presence that accompanied the bell. And on the last page, dated the night he vanished, going to the bell tower. Need to make it stop. 3:17. The bell tower. Accessible only through a locked maintenance hatch in the ceiling of the top floor corridor. The rarely used, dusty fourth floor mentioned in Rule 3's elevator anomaly. Focus, Frank, wrong rules it. Correction. Accessible only through a locked maintenance hatch in the ceiling of the highest corridor in the oldest wing. And then, Sarah found the missing piece in the town archives. The original architect's notes on the bell system. It wasn't just electric. It was tied into the building's earliest pneumatic systems, designed with unusual resonant chambers. One note referenced by the architect, Hezekiah Blackwood. No, by the architect, Alistair Finch. No, by the original architect, described the system's unique frequency, having a profound psychoacoustic effect. And crucially, a diagram showing a manual override valve for the pneumatic pressure, located not in the tower itself, but deep in the basement boiler room, accessible via janitor keys. We had it. A potential way to intervene. We had it. A potential way to intervene. Not just cutting electricity, but leading the pneumatic pressure that perhaps amplified the psychic resonance, stopping the core event Daniel couldn't escape. It was incredibly dangerous, requiring being in the basement during the 3:17 event. The night of the anniversary arrived, heavy and still. A palpable energy thrummed through the school. Sarah insisted on staying, positioned as lookout near the main staircase with a walkie-talkie. "Be careful, Frank," she whispered, as I descended towards the basement near 3:0 a.m., armed with flashlight, keys, and a heavy pipe wrench. The basement was colder than ever, the air thick. Reaching the boiler room, I located the valve system shown in the diagram, near the hulking, silent boiler. My flashlight beam trembled on the pressure gauge. The described low hum of dormant machinery filled the space. My walkie-talkie crackled. "Frank?" Seeing shadows. Second floor landing. Daniel. And something behind him. Darker. Sarah's voice was tight with terror. I looked at my watch. 3:16 a.m. My heart hammered. "Get back to the library, Sarah. Lock the door." I turned back to the valve, found the specific one marked bell pressure release, gripped the pipe wrench onto it. It was old, rusted tight, then echoing down from the floors above. Faint but clear. The first slow, resonant chime of the school bell began to strike. 1, 2, 3. It was starting early tonight. More intense. The sound of frantic, terrified screaming. Spectral echoes overlaid the chimes now. The lights in the boiler room flickered violently. The air pressure dropped, making my ears pop. The dark entity, the shadow behind the sound, was manifesting strongly upstairs. I put all my weight onto the wrench. The valve groaned, resisted. A wave of intense cold and despair washed over me, the entity's influence reaching even down here. The bell continued its frantic, chaotic ringing upstairs. "Come on." Using my foot for leverage, I threw my entire body into turning the wrench. A loud screech of protesting metal. Then the valve gave, turning sharply counterclockwise. A tremendous hissing sound erupted as decades of trapped pressure released from the pneumatic lines. Simultaneously, the chaotic clanging of the bell upstairs choked and died mid-ring. The psychic pressure vanished instantly. The spectral screaming stopped. The lights steadied. Silence. A true, deep silence settled over the basement, broken only by the final fading hiss of escaping air and my own gasping breaths. My walkie-talkie crackled. "Frank? Frank? Are you there?" It stopped. Everything just stopped. Sarah's voice, shaky but filled with disbelief and relief. "I'm here, Sarah," I rasped, slumping against the boiler, wrench clattering to the floor. I think it's finally quiet." The bell's deafening, frantic, continuous clanging pounded through the very bones of Northgate High, a sonic manifestation of pure, cyclical agony. On the grand staircase, Daniel Miller's spectral echo crumpled, hands over ears, a silent scream distorting his translucent features. Behind him, the thing of shadow, drawn by the bell, fed by the replayed trauma, coalesced further, its form darkening, reaching skeletal tendrils towards the boy's despairing echo. Leave immediately. Rule 3 was absolute. Survival dictated flight, but watching Daniel's echo, seeing the raw terror mirrored in Sarah's wide eyes as she texted frantically from the locked library nearby. "Frank, what is that sound? Is that the bell?" Saying the shadow thing prepared to consume the echo as it likely had countless times before. My past failure, my own inaction during the fire, surged up. Not again. Not if I could do something. The architect's notes, Daniel's journal, the bell system's pneumatic core, the override valve in the basement. It was insane. It was breaking protocol. It might get me killed, but it was action, ignoring the spectral horror on the stairs, ignoring the primal urge to flee. I turned and ran. Not for the exit, but for the basement service stairs, my janitor keys already in hand. Behind me, the bell's chaotic ringing intensified, seeming to shriek with rage at my defiance. A wave of intense cold and pressure surged down the hallway, as if the shadow thing had turned its attention towards me. I plunged down the narrow concrete stairs, taking them two at a time, the cold chasing me. The basement was a labyrinth of shadows and pipes, lit only by the weak, inconsistent flicker of dying emergency lights. The bell's noise was slightly muffled here, but still omnipresent, vibrating through the floor. I navigated by memory and Davies's map fragment, heading towards the boiler room. The described sounds of the building under stress were amplified here. Pipes groaning like tortured souls, water dripping rhythmically like a maddening clock, and underneath it all, a low, discordant hum that seemed to emanate from the very foundations, strongest near the electrical room. I reached the boiler room, hot, humid, smelling of dust and hot metal. Found the wall panel marked Auditory Signaling System, Pneumatic Voice Electric Interface. My flashlight beam, weak but steady, found the specific valve assembly from the old architect's diagram. Valve 13, bell pressure release. It was coated in rust, likely untouched for decades. Putting the flashlight down, aiming its weak beam, I grabbed the heavy pipe wrench from my belt loop, locked it onto the valve handle, took a deep breath, and heaved. Rust groaned, metal shrieked. The valve resisted, frozen tight. Upstairs, the bell's clanging reached a frantic crescendo. The low hum around me intensified, the air growing thick, cold despite the boiler's heat. Shadows in the corners of the boiler room seemed to writhe, deepen, reaching. It knew what I was doing. I put my boot against the wall for leverage, threw my entire weight onto the wrench again. Think of Daniel. Think of the silence, with a piercing screech of protesting metal that echoed the entity's earlier shriek. The valve turned. Sharply. Freely now. A tremendous, deafening hiss erupted as decades of trapped pneumatic pressure vented violently into the boiler room, swirling dust and debris. It was like the building itself exhaled a century's worth of trapped air. And upstairs, mid-clang, the bell stopped. Instantly, the silence that followed was absolute, profound, shocking. The psychic pressure vanished. The unnatural cold dissipated. The writhing shadows receded. Even the low hum faded. I stood there, leaning on the wrench, gasping in the suddenly still, quiet air of the boiler room, covered in dust, sweat cooling rapidly on my skin. The only sounds now were the steady, rhythmic thump-thump of the main boiler, and my own ragged breathing. My walkie-talkie crackled. Frank, are you there? It stopped. The bell just stopped. What happened? Sarah's voice, shaky but audible, filled with disbelief. It stopped, Sarah. I rasped into the mic, found the pressure leak, fixed it. I looked at the open valve, the silent panel. I hadn't just fixed a leak. I had bled the pressure from the heart of the haunting. I had broken the loop. The immediate crisis, the 317 replay, was over. The walk back upstairs was surreal. The silence was the most profound change. Not the heavy, listening silence of before, but a clean, neutral quiet. The oppressive atmosphere that always thickened after midnight was gone, replaced by the simple emptiness of a deserted school building. The air felt lighter, the temperature normal. Even the shadows seemed just shadows. I found Sarah in the library doorway, pale but composed, relief evident in her eyes. "Frank, what did you do?" she asked quietly as I approached. "Fixed the bell pressure," I said, sticking to the mundane explanation. Old valve in the boiler room finally gave out. She studied my face, saw the exhaustion, the grime, the slight burns on my hand from the fuse panel. Wait, fuse panel was the prison story climax. Correction, the slight burns on my hand from the hot pipe near the valve. She knew it was more than that, but didn't press. "Well, thank God," she whispered. "It feels different now, quieter." We waited out the last hour, until dawn together in the library, the silence comfortable for the first time. As the sun rose, casting long golden shafts through the tall windows, Principal Thorne arrived, alerted by automated system logs flagging the bell circuit failure, and my unauthorized override access logged via the panel. If digital, she was furious, initially threatening termination for bypassing protocols and potentially damaging antique systems. I stood my ground, calmly explained the emergency situation. The imminent system failure, indicated by the single chime earlier, the necessity of venting the pneumatic pressure to prevent catastrophic damage. During the 317 electrical surge, I presented the corroded remnants of the valve fitting I'd managed to loosen. Sarah quietly corroborated the bell's unprecedented chaotic ringing and its sudden, complete silence coinciding precisely with my actions in the basement. Thorne listened, tight-lipped, skepticism boring with the undeniable evidence. The bell had malfunctioned horrifically, and now it was silent. And perhaps the relief that the long-standing, officially ignored 317 glitch was finally resolved. An official maintenance report detailing the valve failure is required, Kowalski, she said stiffly finally. The district will assess repair costs for the antique system. She didn't approve, but she didn't argue further. It was a quiet, bureaucratic surrender. The silence was worth more than the protocol. In the following days and weeks, the change in Northgate High was undeniable. The oppressive atmosphere lifted entirely. Staff and the few students in after-hours clubs commented on the building, feeling lighter, less creepy. The specific cold spots faded. The lights stopped their erratic flickering. The rules became unnecessary history. Cleaning out old Henderson's forgotten belongings from the back of the main closet, I found his private logbook, tucked away, Flipping through years of mundane entries, I found scattered references. 317 again. Bad one. Heard tapping near 11B. Kid near lockers tonight. Waved back. Then, an entry from just before his abrupt retirement. Bell getting worse. Resonance feels stronger. Found old plans. Pneumatic valve, maybe. Too risky. Time to go. He knew the cause, suspected the solution, but lacked the nerve or perhaps the catalyst to act. I closed the logbook softly. He'd left the rules as warnings. I'd used them as clues. My life resumed its quiet rhythm, but the work felt different. Cleaning the silent halls held a quiet satisfaction now. Not just the completion of a task, but the maintenance of a hard-won peace. Winter settled over the Ohio town, blanketing the grounds of Northgate High in silent snow. Inside, the long night hours passed with a peaceful, mundane regularity I hadn't thought possible 3 years ago. The silence was just silence now, broken only by the familiar low hum of the heating system cycling on and off, or the soft rhythmic sweep of my broom across classroom floors. The rules, Henderson's laminated card, still resided in my locker, but felt like relics from another age, artifacts of a haunting solved. No spectral students waved from shadowy corridors, no classroom lights flared on in empty wings, and 3:17 came and went, each night marked only by the quiet tick of the clock in the main office. The grandfather clock belongs elsewhere. Principal Thorne treated me with a cool, professional distance, but maintenance requests were approved promptly, and she never questioned my occasional need for access to the, now permanently offline, bell control panel area in the basement for preventative checks. We had an unspoken understanding. Sarah Jenkins still worked late sometimes, her classroom light a small, cheerful beacon. We shared coffee occasionally in the staff room, talking about books, town events, anything but the shared terror that forged our unlikely friendship. Oh, she knew I had done something extraordinary that night, but seemed content to let the mystery rest, simply grateful for the newfound peace in the old building. Her presence was a welcome reminder of the normal world outside these walls. My past, the failure that drove me to Northgate's quiet desperation, felt distant now. Not erased, but balanced. Where inaction had once cost dearly, decisive action, however unorthodox, had brought resolution here. There was a quiet redemption in that, found not in grand gestures, but in the steady, methodical work of keeping the peace, both literally and figuratively. Tonight, finishing my rounds, I walked through the main hall. Snow falls silently outside the tall arched windows, blanketing the world in white. The only sound is the soft crunch of my boots on the freshly waxed floor. I paused near the grand staircase where Daniel Miller's echo used to appear. Just an empty staircase now, shadows pooling softly on the steps. I nod once, a silent gesture of remembrance, of respect for the quieted sorrow, then continue on. My final task is the gymnasium floor. I wheel the heavy buffer out. The vast space is dark, silent, smelling faintly of varnish and cold air. I switch on the machine. The low, steady whirring of the buffer motor starts up. Its sound familiar, grounding, echoing peacefully in the large empty space. I guide it back and forth across the polished wood, lost in the simple rhythm, the mundane task. The lights gleam off the floor, reflecting the falling snow outside the high windows. This is my work now, not just cleaning floors, but maintaining silence, mopping up the residue of old ghosts, ensuring the echoes remain quiet. The final sound isn't a bell, or a whisper, or a scream. It's just the steady, rhythmic hum of my buffer, a sound of order imposed, of quiet diligence, echoing into the peaceful sleeping school. As the snow continues to fall outside the windows, blanketing Northgate High in a deep and final quiet. If this story kept you watching every shadow, Give it a like, share it with someone who thinks their school was haunted, and subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules for more chilling tales that follow dark rules. And remember, when the hallway's empty and the bell rings too late to be real, don't stay to hear it a second time. Welcome back to Night Creepypasta Rules. Tonight, a crime scene cleaner in Chicago follows 3 bizarre rules for the messes no one else dares touch. Because sometimes, the aftermath of violence doesn't just stain, it stares back. They pay us well at Aftermath Solutions because we clean up the messes no one else will touch. The aftermath of violence, neglect, solitary death. The real hazard pay, though, the part they don't put in the job description, isn't for scrubbing bloodstains off century-old hardwood or neutralizing the thick, cloying scent of human decay. It's for knowing which stains bleed back through the primer, which cloying smells wear a disguise, and which patterns in the spatter require you to just walk away. My name is Maya. Tonight, Maya canvasses a 3rd-floor apartment in Chicago's uptown neighborhood, overlooking the L tracks. From the street, past the fluttering yellow police tape, it looks like any other gray stone walk-up. Inside, it's a Jackson Pollock, painted in despair and desperation. My job is to make it blank again. The initial walkthrough is always the worst, before the chemicals start burning off your senses, before the methodical routine takes over. You force yourself to see it clinically. Point of entry, vectors of contamination, required remediation levels. You don't think about the life, or the ending of it, that created this tableau. You focus on the job. That's how you survive it mentally. That, and the paycheck that keeps my sister's nursing home bills paid. My own past is messy enough. Imposing sterile order on these scenes feels like the only form of control I have left. I suit up in the hallway. Disposable Tyvek suit. Booties, double gloves, full-face respirator. The hiss of the seals engaging is a small, reassuring sound. My kit lies open on the floor. Bottles of industrial-strength cleaners, enzymatic solvents, scrapers, sponges, biohazard bags lined up like surgical instruments. Meticulous, organized. My company-issued phone crackles in my pocket. Headset connection. Marcus, my handler back at the main office. His voice is always tight, stressed. Maya, check in. Scene secured? Secured, I reply. My voice slightly muffled by the respirator. 3rd floor apartment. Apparent GSOV victim. Preliminary assessment indicates level 2 contamination. Possible level 3 organic saturation in the living area. Understood. Marcus sounds relieved. I haven't reported anything else. Remember protocols, Maya. Especially beta if olfactory variance presents. And document any alpha recurrences precisely. Time, location, number of cycles, no deviations. Roger that, Marcus. Protocols. Observed. The Protocol Alpha. If blood reappears after you clean it twice, leave it. Protocol Beta. If it smells sweet like flowers, wear your respirator and don't breathe too deep. Protocol Gamma. If the stain forms a name, never say it out loud. The holy trinity of aftermath solutions. Bioresidual anomaly procedures. Utterly insane, scientifically baseless, yet delivered with the dead serious gravity of hazmat regulations. I'd initially dismissed them as corporate liability paranoia, or ways to explain away difficult stains left by decomp fluids. But after 6 months on the job, you learn to follow the procedures, especially after the Harrison Street job. Detective Kofsky, my usual CPD contact for these difficult cleanups, met me outside earlier, handing over the keys. He looked even more tired than usual, his gaze lingering on the apartment window. This one's sticky, Maya, he'd said, his voice low. Victim was into some weird stuff, according to the neighbors. Rituals, maybe? Place feels wrong. He gave me a grim look. Be glad you're just cleaning. Wouldn't want to be the one sleeping here afterwards. Call if it gives you more trouble than usual. He didn't define usual. He didn't need to. Inside, I start the work. The whisper and spritz of the disinfectant sprayer. The methodical scrape of putty knives on stubborn patches. The rustle of contaminated materials being double-bagged. It's grim, demanding work, requiring intense focus. I work from the cleanest area inwards, towards the main contamination zone in the living room. The air is thick with chemical fumes, effectively masking any underlying odors for now. Hours pass. The apartment gradually transforms under my methodical assault, the physical reminders of violence slowly erased. I reach the living room epicenter, a dark, complex stain on the hardwood floor. This requires the heavy-duty enzyme treatment. I apply it carefully, let it sit. As I wait, leaning against the door frame, I notice it. A cold spot. In the center of the room, far from any window or vent. A distinct zone of chill that makes my exposed neck prickle beneath the Tyvek hood. It wasn't here when I first entered. I check my thermal scanner. Confirms a localized drop of nearly 15 degrees. Just a building quirk. Unlikely in this heat. I make a mental note. Try to ignore it. I return to the stain. First pass with the enzymatic cleaner lifts most of it. Apply again. Scrub. Wipe clean. The wood underneath looks bleached but clear. Good. I turn to gather my soiled rags. When I turn back, maybe 30 seconds later, my blood runs cold. On the freshly cleaned, damp patch of floor. A small, perfectly formed droplet of dark, viscous red has appeared, like a fresh nosebleed. It wasn't there seconds ago. There's nothing dripping from the ceiling. Protocol Alpha. If blood reappears after you clean it twice, this was only the first reappearance after the initial clean. I take a deep breath. Procedure, clean it again, meticulously. I spray, scrub, wipe until the wood is spotless, bone dry. I stare at the spot. 1 minute. 2. Nothing. Relief washes through me, weak but welcome. Just capillary action from deep in the wood grain. A missed spot. I turn back to my kit, ready to pack up the cleaning supplies for this area. Then a faint but distinct sizzling sound makes me freeze, like cold water hitting a hot pan. It seems to come from the floor right behind me. Slowly, heart pounding, I turn back. On the perfectly clean, dry spot where the main stain was, where the single drop appeared, now, a fresh, glistening pool of dark red blood, roughly the size of my hand, has materialized. It wasn't a seep, it appeared, and a faint, almost invisible vapor, carrying the sharp, metallic scent of fresh blood, rises from it in the cold air of the room. It reappeared. Twice. Rule 1, leave it. My training screams contamination. Incomplete sanitation. Incomplete sanitation. My company handbook screams protocol. My own survival instinct. Honed over 6 months of cleaning scenes that didn't always stay clean. Screams get away from it. I back away slowly, leaving the glistening pool untouched. Gather my things from the rest of the apartment, avoiding the living room entirely now. Log the job as complete, except for persistent bioresidual anomaly. Sector LR Center. Protocol Alpha enacted. As I stand by the apartment door, ready to leave, locking up, I glance back one last time. The pool of blood remains, dark and glistening. The cold spot still hangs in the center of the room, and resting in the pool of blood, something small, dark and metallic, catches the light. An old-fashioned iron key. It absolutely wasn't there before. I close the door, lock it, and practically run down the hallway. The rules aren't about keeping things clean. They're about not disturbing what wants to remain. And sometimes it seems what remains leaves things behind. Leaving the uptown apartment felt like stepping out of a decompression chamber. Panel, the normal Chicago night air, smelling of car exhaust, damp pavement, and distant Lake Michigan, was a welcome shock after the cloying silence and the single, malevolent pool of blood staring from the living room floor. The iron key felt heavy and wrong in my pocket. I reported the job completion to Marcus, carefully noting Protocol Alpha enacted LR Center in the digital log. His voice crackled back through my headset, tight with suppressed anxiety. Acknowledged, Maya. Any instability noted post-protocol. Negative. I lied smoothly. Area secured. Residue contained to initial zone. No mention of the key. No mention of the feeling that the stain hadn't just reappeared, but responded. Good. Proceed to next assignment, he clicked off, offering no explanation, no curiosity. Just relief that the protocol was followed. The anomaly contained, the paperwork clean. But it wasn't clean. Not in my head. That night, sleep was fragmented. I kept seeing the blood pool. The key resting within it. Why a key? What door did it open? My meticulous mind, trained to find order in chaos, rebelled against the inexplicable nature of the rules, against the deliberate ignorance the company enforced, driven by an unease that went beyond the usual occupational hazards. I spent my off hours researching, not just cleaning techniques, but fringe science, parapsychology forums, historical archives, focusing on Chicago crime scenes known for irregularities. I found scattered, anecdotal accounts, dismissed as urban legends or stress-induced fantasy. Cleaners reporting stains that wouldn't fade, inexplicable cold spots, objects moving, and whispers about certain companies, like Aftermath Solutions, specializing in these difficult cleanups, operating under strict, often bizarre protocols. One deleted forum post mentioned cleaners developing sensitivities, quitting abruptly or worse. My next assignment came 2 nights later. An apartment in an old, elegant brownstone in Lincoln Park. Undiscovered death. Elderly resident. Lived alone. Neighbors reported concerns after not seeing her for weeks. Standard procedure, usually grim but straightforward. As I approached the sealed apartment door on the 4th floor, respirator ready, I braced myself for the smell of decomposition. A scent no amount of experience truly neutralizes. But what hit me when the building manager unlocked the door wasn't decay. It was flowers. An overwhelming, suffocatingly sweet perfume, thick and cloying, like 10,000 gardenias blooming and rotting simultaneously in the stagnant air. It filled the hallway, pushing back the building's normal scent of dust and old wood. Protocol Beta, if it smells sweet like flowers. Wear your respirator and don't breathe too deep. My hand automatically checked the seals on my respirator before I stepped inside. The apartment was dim, curtains drawn. Visually, it was a scene of quiet neglect culminating in solitary death. Mail piled up, dishes in the sink, the faint outline of a body visible under a sheet on a sofa in the living room. But the smell, it was completely wrong. But the smell, intensely floral, yes, but with a sharp underlying chemical sweetness, like artificial essence mixed with something vaguely organic and decaying. It coated the back of my throat, making my eyes water even through the respirator. Don't breathe too deep. I forced my breath shallow, rhythmic, fighting the instinct to gag or inhale sharply. The air felt heavy, viscous, the sweetness almost tasting metallic. Working quickly, methodically, I started the preliminary cleanup, bagging personal effects, setting up air scrubbers. The sweetness seemed to intensify the closer I got to the body on the sofa. It felt purposeful, like a disguise, olfactory illusion, attempting to mask the underlying reality of death, or perhaps lure the unwary into breathing in something more insidious than just perfume. I felt slightly dizzy, disoriented, the familiar room seeming to waver slightly at the edges of my vision. Was it the smell? Or something in the smell? I finished the job in record time, focusing solely on the physical tasks, keeping my breathing shallow, resisting the urge to understand the source of the impossible fragrance. Back in the hallway, ripping off the respirator, I gasped for the normal, musty air, my lungs aching. The sweet scent lingered in my sinuses, a phantom perfume, for hours afterwards, accompanied by a low-level headache and a lingering sense of profound unease. Detective Kowski called later for the cleanup report sign-off. "Lincoln Park Brownstone, who?" he said, his voice weary. "How was it?" "Anything. Fragrant." My blood ran cold. He knew about the smell. "Standard procedure, detective," I replied non-committally. "Scene processed." He chuckled humorlessly. The sound was dry, like rustling paper, through the phone line. "Yeah, standard. Heard about that one. We call them sweet rooms. Got a few like that over the years. Long undiscovered, but they smell like a damn florist shop gone bad." He paused. "Word of advice, Maya? Double check your respirator seals on those jobs. And maybe don't linger for coffee breaks." He hung up. Sweet rooms. It wasn't just a random anomaly. It was a recognized type. Rule 2 wasn't just caution. It was a specific countermeasure. My research wasn't just chasing ghosts. It felt like I was uncovering a hidden taxonomy of supernatural residue left behind in Chicago's darkest corners. And I, the cleaner, was the one cataloging them, one hazardous protocol at a time. The realization that the anomalies followed patterns, that the rules were specific countermeasures, shifted my perspective. This wasn't random haunting. It was a phenomenon with discernible, if inexplicable, characteristics. My research intensified. I started correlating the protocols with Kowski's vague hints and old case files. Sarah, my sister, the librarian. I needed an outside researcher. Managed to dig up remotely from digitized city archives. Sarah was worried sick. "Maya, please," she'd said during our last brief static-filled call. "Hazardous waste cleanup is one thing. Sweet rooms and reappearing bloodstains. This isn't safe." That company, Aftermath Solutions. There's almost no public record of them before 10 years ago. It's like they just appeared. "I need the job, Sarah," I'd insisted, the lie feeling thinner each time. The truth was, the mystery itself was becoming a compulsion. My meticulous nature demanding I understand the system I was navigating. The system revealed its next layer on a job down in the gritty industrial corridors near the south side, a decommissioned chemical warehouse. Police tape fluttered limply in the humid night air. Kowski met me at the scene, his face grim under the flashing blue lights. "This one's a mess, Maya," he said, gesturing towards the dark warehouse entrance. "Looks like a deal gone bad. Maybe ritualistic elements involved. We cleared the bodies, but the scene's active. Active was CPD code for weird. Hazmat did a sweep, standard chemicals, nothing exotic airborne. But there's residue, lots of it." And he lowered his voice. "The responding uniforms got spooked. Said things felt wrong. One rookie swore he saw patterns forming in the spatter just before GSU bagged it. My gut tightened. What kind of patterns?" Kowski shrugged, looking uneasy. "Probably just seeing things. But Marcus called me directly. Stressed protocol adherence. Especially Gamma. Rule 3. The name. The warehouse interior was vast, cold, echoing. Chemical spills mingled with darker, organic stains on the cracked concrete floor. Strange symbols, occult, or just gang tags, were spray-painted on the walls. I started the cleanup, the methodical process a shield against the oppressive atmosphere. The scrape of my tools echoed unnaturally in the huge space. The hiss of the chemical sprayer sounded sharp, intrusive. The main stain was huge, sprawling near the center of the floor. Not just blood, mixed with chemicals, oil, something dark and viscous that resisted initial cleaning attempts. As I worked on its edges with a stronger solvent, the reaction started, not just lifting the stain, but changing it. Swirling patterns emerged where the solvent hit the darkest patches. Color shifted bizarrely, iridescent blues and greens momentarily appearing before fading back to black. A low, distinct humming or vibrational sound started, seeming to emanate from the stain itself. Felt through the soles of my boots. My breath caught. I focused on a specific section where the reaction was strongest, applying the solvent carefully. The swirling patterns intensified, coalesced. Letters, forming slowly, deliberately, in the reactive residue, like invisible ink being revealed. ELANOR, clear as day, a name, etched into the very fabric of the stain by chemical reaction, and something else. Rule 3. If the stain forms a name, never say it out loud. The air grew heavy, charged. The humming intensified, becoming a low thrumming that resonated in my chest. I felt a presence coalesce around the stain, immense, ancient, watchful, waiting, expecting me to give the name voice, to acknowledge the identity trapped or expressed within the residue. Speaking it felt like it would complete a circuit, summon something, anchor it. My own name is Maya Eleanor Vance. The coincidence, if it was one, was horrifying. My hand trembled, almost dropping the sprayer. I forced myself to remain silent, covered the name quickly with absorbent powder, breaking visual contact, disrupting the forming letters. Finished cleaning meticulously around the central point, leaving the name section covered, contained. The heavy presence seemed to linger, pressing against my senses, until I finally finished the entire area, packed my kit, and walked out, not looking back. I reported the job complete to Marcus, logging only complex chemical biostain requiring multi-stage treatment. Any gamma anomalies? Marcus asked immediately, his voice tight. Negative, I lied, my heart pounding. A pause. Good, Marcus said, the relief in his voice palpable, but also unsettling. Good. Protocol adherence is essential. With certain residues, he knew what Rule 3 meant, what it prevented. Back home, exhausted, showering away the grime and chemical stink, I couldn't shake the name. Eleanor. Why that name? Was it random? Linked to the victim? Or linked, somehow impossibly, to me? My mind started racing. The rules weren't just about avoiding danger. They were about preventing identification, connection, manifestation. Reappearing blood, alpha, persistent energy, sweet smell, beta, T-beta disguised, altered energy. Namenstein, gamma, identified energy, conscious or semi-conscious residue, the most dangerous. But if energy could be identified, contained by silence. Could it be neutralized? If specific chemicals reacted to form the name, could other chemicals, different reagents, dissolve that identifying signature? Break it down? My earlier research into residual energy, into chemical interactions. A dangerous idea began to form. Maybe cleaning around wasn't enough. Maybe the real solution was finding the right formula to erase the name, neutralize the residue completely. It was violating the spirit, if not the letter, of the rules. It was incredibly dangerous. It was exactly what my meticulous, problem-solving mind, now thoroughly entangled, craved. The idea of neutralization, of actively erasing the residual anomalies, instead of just carefully containing or avoiding them, consumed me. It felt like the only proactive path forward. The only way to regain some semblance of control in a job that felt increasingly like managing sentient, malevolent spills. My off-duty hours became a blur of clandestine research and cautious experimentation. I revisited the files Sarah had found, cross-referenced them with Kowski's cryptic case hints, and my own logbook. Rule alpha stains, reappearing blood, often correlated with crimes of passion, intense, sudden violence. Rule beta suite rooms usually involved long undiscovered bodies, slow decay, profound loneliness, or sometimes ritualistic elements. Rule gamma named stains seemed rarest, linked to events involving extreme psychic distress, identity violation, or where the victim's name itself held some symbolic power or was invoked during the event. 3 different types of psychic residue, requiring 3 different avoidance protocols. My apartment kitchen, much to my landlord's eventual displeasure, I'm sure, became a makeshift lab, using trace samples carefully collected from my cleaning tools. After specific jobs, a violation of company policy, but necessary, I started running controlled tests. Tiny amounts of alpha residue reacted violently to silver nitrate, flaring briefly before stabilizing. Beta residue samples seemed to momentarily invert colors when exposed to concentrated ozone, and the sweet smell spiked, then vanished. Gamma residue. I only had trace amounts from the Eleanor stain cleanup tools. Seemed inert until exposed to a complex enzymatic compound I synthesized based on decomposition research. Then it emitted a faint, almost inaudible sighing sound, and its dark color seemed to fade slightly before stabilizing again. These weren't cleaning reactions. They were neutralization reactions, however minor. I felt like a chemist working on ghost-busting formulas, the absurdity warring with the chilling results. I started developing small, concentrated neutralizer kits for each type, hiding them within my standard aftermath solutions gear. It was reckless, forbidden, potentially catastrophic if I miscalculated, but it felt active. Marcus, my handler, seemed to sense the shift in me, the increased intensity, or perhaps just the mounting stress. He started assigning me more frequent, back-to-back, level 3 cleanups, the classification reserved for sites with known or suspected residual anomalies. Testing me? Trying to burn me out? Or did the company know cleaners eventually reach this point? This need to do more than just mop up the psychic bloodstains. His calls became shorter, more focused on protocol confirmation. Rule alpha status? Any beta olfactory readings? Gamma contaminant secured. His stress was palpable. Kalski remained a source of grim, ground-level truth. He met me at a particularly nasty scene in a supposedly haunted Rogers Park apartment building. "This unit's bad, Maya," he warned, handing me the keys. "4th cleaner the landlord's called in 6 months. Others quit mid-job," reported, all 3. He eyed my kit bag. "Just follow the book tonight, yeah? Don't get creative." His warning felt genuine. Concerned. He was right. The apartment was a nightmare. The moment I opened the door, the sickly sweet gardenia smell, Rule 2, hit me, thick and cloying, despite the open windows. Respirator on, shallow breaths. Inside, clear signs of a violent struggle. And on the living room carpet, multiple dark stains. As I began the preliminary cleanup, one stain near the window began to darken, glistening wetly as fresh blood pooled in its center. Rule 1. I immediately left it, moving to another area. Then from the bedroom, I heard a faint, distinct metallic clinking. Rule 2 anomaly sound within a Rule 1, Rule 2 scene? My skin crawled. I didn't investigate. Then, working on a large, ambiguous stain near the fireplace, the chemical reaction started, letters forming in the swirling residue. LIS. No, Rule 3, triggering on top of everything else. This was a compound contamination. All 3 protocols, active simultaneously. The air felt thick as soup, the sweet smell nauseating even through the filters, the blood pool by the window seeming to pulse faintly, the clinking sound continuing intermittently from the bedroom. And now a name trying to force itself into existence on the floor. The psychic pressure was immense, making my head throb, my vision blur at the edges. This was the test. Follow the rules, Rule 1 said. Leave the blood. Rule 2 said don't investigate the clinking. Rule 3 said don't speak the name. Doing all three meant abandoning the scene partially uncleaned, potentially allowing the name stain to fully form after I left. It felt like guaranteed failure, guaranteed escalation. Or use the neutralizers, risk active intervention against a compound anomaly. My hand went to the specialized vials hidden in my kit. The silver nitrate solution for alpha, the ozone reactive compound for beta, the enzymatic catalyst for gamma. Decision made. I wasn't running. I wasn't just managing. I was cleaning house. I started with the smell, deploying the beta neutralizer via a specialized atomizer, a soft hissing sound as the compound reacted with the air. A brief intensification of the sweet scent, followed by its rapid dissipation. Replaced by sharp ozone. Good. Next, the reappearing blood. Approaching cautiously, I applied the silver nitrate compound. A bright, silent flash of pale blue light, and the blood evaporated, leaving clean carpet. It didn't reappear. Better. Finally, the forming name. L-I-C-G-I-R. Almost complete. The low hum intensified as I approached. The feeling of a waiting presence was overwhelming. Don't speak it. I took the enzymatic gamma neutralizer, loaded it into a precision sprayer, took a deep breath, and sprayed it directly onto the forming letters. The reaction was violent. The stain hissed, bubbled, released a plume of dark, cold vapor that smelled like burnt ozone and something else. Something indescribably ancient. A wave of pure psychic static slammed into me, making me stagger back, clutching my head. The lights flickered violently. The clinking sound from the bedroom stopped abruptly. When the vapor cleared, the stain was still there, but the letters were gone, replaced by a dull, inert, charcoal-like patch. Neutralized, contained, silence. The apartment felt quiet, truly quiet. The oppressive presence had lifted. The anomalies were gone. My neutralizers had worked. My company phone rang, making me jump. Marcus. His voice was strained, almost breathless. Maya? Status report. We registered a massive energy spike, then dissipation at your location. What the hell did you do? He knew. The company wasn't just logging anomalies. They were monitoring them. Monitoring me. Just finished cleaning, Marcus, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, my heart pounding with a mixture of terror and triumph. Following protocol. Scene is clear. A long pause on the other end. Proceed with caution, Maya, he said finally, his voice tight with unspoken meaning. Hazard pay bonus authorized upon job completion confirmation. He clicked off. I looked around the now quiet, clean apartment. My experimental neutralizers clutched in my hand. I had done it. I had found a way to fight back, to truly clean the residue. But I had also exposed myself, revealed my deviation to Marcus and the company. The rules were broken, and the consequences, I suspected, were just beginning. The successful neutralization of the compound anomalies left me with a strange mix of elation and terror. It worked. My theory, my desperate kitchen counter chemistry, it worked. But Marcus' reaction, his immediate awareness of the energy spike, confirmed my deepest fear. Aftermath Solutions wasn't just cleaning. They were monitoring, and I had just revealed a potent, unsanctioned variable into their carefully controlled equation. The call came less than 24 hours later. Marcus, his voice devoid of its usual stressed edge, replaced by a cold, clinical urgency. Vance, urgent dispatch. Nexus Point Omega. Gold Coast high-rise penthouse suite. Multiple fatalities. Class 5 bioresidue. Full spectrum anomaly indicators reported by first responders. He paused. Koski specifically requested aftermath. cited potential gamma trigger alongside alpha and beta recurrence. My blood ran cold. Nexus Point Omega. I'd seen the designation in the restricted files I wasn't supposed to access. A location flagged with maximum hazard warnings, site of multiple previous incidents, including the disappearance of 2 senior aftermath cleaners years ago, and all 3 indicators present. This wasn't a cleanup. It was potentially unsurvivable. Standard protocols may be insufficient, Marcus continued, his voice unnervingly calm now. Your experimental compounds, Protocol Epsilon, we're designating it, are authorized for deployment at your discretion. Full telemetry monitoring enabled on your suit sensors. Document everything. He wasn't asking. He was ordering a field test under the most extreme conditions imaginable. Driving towards the Gold Coast, the city lights felt brittle, unreal. Kowski met me outside the opulent high-rise. His face grimmer than I'd ever seen it. Yellow tape cordoned off the entire top floor. It's bad, Maya, he said quietly, gesturing upwards, like nothing I've seen. Patrol officers who went up felt sick, disoriented. One started screaming about names crawling on the walls. He looked me hard in the eye. Whatever you do in there, be damn careful. The private elevator ascended in unnerving silence. When the doors opened onto the penthouse floor, the wrongness hit me like a physical blow. The air was freezing despite the building's climate control. A low, discordant humming sound vibrated through the floor. The opulent hallway carpet was stained with patches of glistening, reappearing blood. Rule 1. And the smell. Overpowering, sickly sweetness. Rule 2. So thick, I immediately sealed my respirator, forcing shallow breaths, fighting intense nausea. The penthouse suite itself was chaos. Signs of immense wealth overshadowed by extreme violence. But the physical mess was secondary. The anomalies were overwhelming. Blood wasn't just reappearing. It was weeping from the walls in thin rivulets. The floral scent was punctuated by described waves of intense cold and pockets of shimmering heat haze distortion in the air. And on the main living room's white marble floor, multiple dark stains writhed, coalescing, letters shifting, trying to form names. Alistair, Sarah, Daniel, Eleanor. Names I almost recognized from some fevered dream or half-remembered file before dissolving back into chaos. Rule 3 on overdrive. A cacophony of faint whispers, described, seemed to echo from the stains themselves. This wasn't just residue. It was the source. A raw, bleeding wound in reality, manifesting all anomalies simultaneously. Standard cleaning was impossible. Containment felt futile. Only neutralization offered any hope. My experimental kits felt pitifully inadequate, but they were all I had. Identifying the largest, most active named stain as the likely epicenter, I started prepping the gamma neutralizer, the enzymatic compound. The air crackled around me. Objects on nearby tables rattled violently. The whispers intensified, seeming to coalesce into mocking laughter just beyond my hearing range. Respirator tight, breathing shallow, I approached the main stain. It pulsed faintly, the half-formed names writhing within its dark surface like trapped souls. Raising the precision sprayer filled with the gamma catalyst, I took aim. The moment the first droplets hit the stain, it reacted with explosive violence. A piercing, high-frequency shriek erupted, seeming to come from the stain itself. It bubbled furiously, releasing plumes of black, frigid vapor that smelled like ozone and cemeteries. A wave of pure psychic static slammed into me, throwing me backwards. My vision filled with blinding white light and the echoing screams of the stain's fragmented identities. I scrambled back up, ears ringing, head pounding. The neutralizer was working, dissolving the forming letters. But the reaction was immense, uncontrolled. The entire room seemed to vibrate now. Reappearing blood nearby flared brightly, then sputtered out like dying embers where the neutralizing vapor touched it. The sweet smell vanished instantly, replaced by the sharp chemical tang and burnt ozone. But the core of the stain, though dissolving, pulsed with intense energy. It felt like lancing a boil, releasing immense pressure. The lights exploded. The floor beneath me cracked. The psychic scream intensified, focusing on me. I needed more, needed to hit it harder. Grabbed the alpha neutralizer, silver nitrate based, and the beta compound, ozone reactive. In a desperate gamble, I mixed them crudely with the remaining gamma catalyst in a larger sprayer. Safety protocols be damned. Shielding my face, I sprayed the volatile cocktail directly into the heart of the dissolving, shrieking stain. A blinding flash of pure, multicolored light engulfed the room. A deafening roar, like reality tearing, slammed into me, throwing me against the far wall. I felt searing heat, then absolute cold. Then, silence. When my vision cleared, I was lying amidst debris. The room was wrecked, but the oppressive presence, the anomalies, the sounds, the smells, they were gone. The floor where the main stain had been was scoured clean, replaced by a strange crystalline glass-like residue, faintly shimmering, neutralized, truly neutralized. My suit sensors pinged, telemetry back online. Marcus's voice crackled in my headset. Sharp, demanding. Vance, report. Energy signature flatlined. What is your status? Nexus neutralized, I gasped, tasting blood. Repeat. Site neutralized. Requesting immediate medical and hazmat containment for unknown crystalline residue. I looked at the shimmering patch on the floor. I had cleaned the stain, but I had the terrifying feeling I had just created something entirely new. The aftermath was swift, clinical, and deeply unsettling. Hazmat teams I didn't recognize, wearing suits far more advanced than my standard aftermath solutions gear, swept the penthouse, collecting samples of the crystalline residue, documenting everything with unnerving efficiency. I was rushed not to a hospital, but via unmarked vehicle to a sterile medical facility tucked inside the same anonymous Port Richmond building as Abernathy's office from the library story. Focus, Maya. As Marcus's headquarters, my physical injuries were minor. Cuts, bruises, temporary disorientation. The psychological evaluation was far more intense, probing my memories of the event, my reactions, the effects of the neutralizer. Marcus oversaw it, his usual stress replaced by a cold, focused curiosity. Finally deemed stable, I was brought to a debriefing room. Not the gray box from before, but a modern conference room with a large screen. Waiting inside wasn't just Marcus, but a woman he introduced as Director Thorne. No first name given, no relation acknowledged, but the resonance was chilling. She was older, impeccably dressed, with eyes that held the same cold intelligence as the entity I felt I'd glimpsed within the stains. Ms. Vance, Director Thorne began, her voice calm, precise. Your performance at Nexus Point Omega was unprecedented. Your protocol Epsilon compounds achieved complete neutralization of a Class 5 Psi-active residual biosignature, something standard containment protocols have consistently failed to do. Marcus displayed sensor logs on the screen, graph showing the massive energy spike, then the flat line. The crystalline residue is inert, he added. Stable. No residual energy signature detected. Your unauthorized research and deviation from protocol were reckless. Thorne continued, her gaze sharp. However, the results are undeniable. You have, perhaps accidentally, developed a true neutralization method, not just containment. What was it? I asked, my voice hoarse. The residue, the names. Psychic detritus, Thorne explained coolly. Intense trauma, violent death, concentrated emotional energy. It can leave an imprint on the environment, a residue. Sometimes, if the originating event is strong enough, or involves specific ritualistic or psychic elements, the residue gains a form of pseudosentience. It persists, seeks to stabilize, sometimes forms patterns, like names, or generates sensory anomalies to affect observers. She paused. Our standard protocols are containment, minimize interaction, prevent stabilization, erase the record where possible. You chose eradication. It felt necessary, I whispered. Necessity is subjective, Thorne replied. Aftermath Solutions' primary goal is containment and analysis. Understanding the nature of residual biosignatures is paramount. Your method, while effective in neutralization, destroys the signature. We learn nothing from inert crystal. The implication was clear. They weren't just cleaning up ghosts. They were studying them, perhaps even trying to harness them. My cure interfered with their research. However, Thorne continued, steepling her fingers, your demonstrated ability to create targeted neutralizers, and your resilience to high-level psychic pressure, presence, an opportunity. She offered me a new contract, a permanent position, leading a new research and development division within Aftermath Solutions, focused on analyzing and refining protocol, Epsilon. My mission: develop controlled neutralization techniques, possibly even ways to extract information before neutralization. Generous salary, full lab access, complete operational secrecy. The choice was stark. Refuse, walk away with dangerous knowledge, likely face early retirement or an unfortunate accident, or accept, join the heart of this morally gray machine, use my discovery under their control, potentially for purposes I couldn't fathom, but gain resources, protection, and maybe, just maybe, find a way to ensure neutralization was used for true cleaning. Not just research or worse. My past haunted me. The messy consequences of inaction or incomplete solutions. This felt different, a chance to impose real order, even within this shadowy organization. I accept the position, I said, meeting Thorne's cold gaze, under the condition that my research prioritizes safe, complete neutralization as the primary goal. Thorne allowed a small, thin smile. Your priorities are noted, Miss Vance. Welcome to research and development. Koski called me later, sounding baffled. Heard you cleaned up the Gold Coast penthouses proper, he said. Place felt normal afterwards. First time. Whatever you used, kid, bottle it? I gave him a non-committal answer. Our paths were diverging now. He dealt with the aftermath. I was now dealing with the source code, my sister's error. When I called, was relieved I was taking a less dangerous R&D role after my equipment failure incident, though my inability to share details created a new, subtle distance between us. The price of knowledge. That night, in the sterile corporate apartment Aftermath Solutions provided, I looked at my reflection. The haunted look was still there, but overlaid now with a chilling sense of purpose. I had the tools, the knowledge, the company's resources. I could truly clean up the city's psychic stains now. But working for Aftermath Solutions felt like making a deal with something far more complex, and perhaps more dangerous, than the residues themselves. Months turned into a year. Life became compartmentalized. Sterile labs, encrypted research data, tense briefings with Marcus and occasionally Director Thorne, and field calls. Not cleanups anymore, but targeted neutralizations. Aftermath Solutions deployed me, armed with refined Protocol Epsilon kits, tailored to specific residue signatures identified by initial scans, to sites deemed too volatile or complex for standard containment crews. I became disturbingly good at it. My meticulous nature, my ingrained need for order, translated perfectly to analyzing residual energy patterns and formulating precise chemical counteragents. I learned to read the texture of a haunting, the sharp edges of alpha-type blood echoes, the cloying disguise of beta-type olfactory variances, the focused, identity-based pressure of gamma-type named stains. My neutralizers worked, sometimes subtly. A quiet hiss and a flash of light, leaving only clean surfaces and calm air. Sometimes violently, like the Nexus Point Omega, requiring careful application and shielding as decades of psychic trauma were forcibly dispersed. Each successful neutralization brought a grim satisfaction, a sense of imposing order on chaotic remnants of suffering. But the ethical weight grew heavier. Abernathy, Thorne, the company. Their interest clearly wasn't just in cleaning. They meticulously collected data from every neutralization, analyzing the energy dispersal, the crystalline residue, which I learned they harvested, searching for what? Understanding? Weaponization? Immortality? Marcus remained my handler, stressed but efficient, enforcing secrecy protocols. Thorne remained aloof, overseeing, her motives inscrutable. I operated with significant autonomy in the field, but I knew I was a tool, my unique skill serving an agenda I didn't fully comprehend or trust. Kowski became a wary, informal ally. He'd sometimes call me directly, bypassing dispatch, for scenes that felt particularly wrong. "Got one for your special toolkit, Maya," he'd rumble. He never asked what I did, just seemed relieved when the lingering dread that spooked his officers vanished after my visit. His presence was a reminder of the human cost, the real-world impact beyond Aftermath's sterile labs. My personal life dwindled to almost nothing. Sarah still called, but our conversations were stilted, filled with the things I couldn't say. The work consumed me. The faint psychic hum I sometimes felt after intense neutralizations became a constant companion, a reminder of my proximity to the abyss. Tonight, I stand in a recently vacated apartment in a historic Wicker Park building. Foreclosure. Neighbors reported intense cold, whispers, objects moving since the previous tenant left. My sensors confirm high levels of mixed residue, alpha and gamma, a reappearing stain under the newly stripped wallpaper, and a faint name trying to form in the condensation on a bedroom mirror. I unpack my kit, the familiar weight of the specialized neutralizer vials reassuring. Prepare the epsilon gamma catalyst first for the name trying to form. Respirator on. Approach the mirror. The described low hum intensifies as I near it. The condensation forms letters. MRR, calmly, precisely, I spray the enzymatic compound, a soft sizzling sound. The letters dissolve instantly. The hum cuts off. The cold lessens. Next, the wall stain. Peel back the loose wallpaper. There it is, dark, pulsing faintly. Alpha residue, strong. Prepare the silver nitrate variant. Apply carefully. A silent flash of pale blue light. The stain vanishes, leaving clean plaster. I do a final sweep with the sensors. Baseline readings. Normal temperature. The air feels clean, neutral, empty. Another successful neutralization. Another psychic wound cauterized. Packing my kit. The crisp snap of the chemical containment case closing echoes slightly in the now quiet apartment. I make my log entry on the secure company tablet. Site WP-138, compound alpha-gamma residue detected. Protocol Epsilon applied successfully. Site neutralized. Another job done. I walk out into the cool Chicago night. The city sprawls before me. A million lights hiding a million potential residues. Stains waiting to reappear. Names waiting to be whispered. My work is far from over. It's a strange, lonely, dangerous existence. Walking the line between cleaning and containing. Science and the supernatural. But as I drive towards the next assignment pinging on my tablet, there's a grim sense of purpose. I am the neutralizer. I bring order to the aftermath. It's not the life I imagined, but it's the one I've made, one neutralized anomaly at a time. Maya now wields the neutralizer, cleaning Chicago's psychic residue for aftermath solutions. A dangerous job with chilling implications. If this story left its mark, hit like, share, and subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. We'll sweep you up in the next nightmare. Welcome back to Night Creepypasta Rules, where every story hides a darker truth behind the rules we're told to follow. Tonight's tale takes us to the moonlit enclosures of the Denver Zoo, where one night guard thought she was just watching over sleeping animals. But the grounds hold older secrets, and there are rules whispered between shifts. Rules that aren't meant to be broken. Because once it notices you, it never forgets. This is I work the night shift at the Denver Zoo. We have 3 strange rules to survive. Most night guards at the Denver Zoo worry about unlocked enclosures, opportunistic teenagers, or maybe the occasional coyote slipping through the perimeter fence, looking for an easy meal. My biggest fear, the one that walks with me down the shadowed pathways long after the last guest has gone home, wears horns, sometimes stands on 2 legs, and demands you follow the rules if you want to see the Colorado sunrise. My name is Maya Flores. New hire, night security. Why here? The official answer involves needing steady work and enjoying the perceived peace of the deserted zoo grounds under the vast mountain sky. The real answer is penance. A hiking trip gone wrong in the Rockies last year. A moment of frozen indecision on my part. A friend who paid the price. I needed structure, needed rules to follow, needed a quiet place where my failure wouldn't echo so loudly in my own head. I thought guarding sleeping animals would be simple. I was wrong. The zoo transforms after dark. The cheerful sounds of families fade, replaced by the vast, listening silence of the surrounding parkland, punctuated by the occasional startling cry of an exotic bird from the tropical Discovery building, or the deep, resonant sigh of a large cat pacing its enclosure. Headlights sweep across the nearby avenues, but inside the gates it's just me, my flashlight beam cutting through pools of shadow and the weight of the night. Head of Security Davies, a man whose weary eyes seem to hold the memory of every long night shift since the zoo opened, laid out the special considerations during my first walkthrough. His voice gruff, practical, leaving no room for questions. It already covered the standard patrols, the emergency codes, the generator checks. She's old, keep her topped off. Then he stopped near the darkened silhouette of the hoofstock yards. Place gets active after midnight, Flores, he said, his gaze sweeping the empty pathways. Not just the animals stirring, something else. Old land here. Got rules, same as anywhere. These ones ain't written down. You just learn, or you don't last. He gave me the 3. Not as suggestions, but as survival mandates. 1. The black goat. My blood chilled despite the cool night air. I'd seen goats in the petting zoo section, but his tone implied something different. Sometimes one gets in. Or maybe it lives here. Big fella, black as sin. Eyes look wrong. If you see it, fine. But whatever you do, do not meet its eyes. Look away. Keep walking. Let it be. 2. Sometimes, he continued, voice lower, it stands up. Like a man, just watches you. He paused, letting the impossibility sink in. If it does that, drop your light immediate, point it down, bow your head, show respect, don't challenge it. Wait till you feel it move on. Submission is survival. 3. Dreams. He hesitated, chewing his lip. This one's important. If you start dreaming about the goat, first night, okay, maybe nerves. Second night, pay attention. Third night in a row, wait, you come see me first thing. Then you clean out your locker. You quit. No arguments. Third dream means it's latched on. Seen too much. Time to go before you don't leave at all. He didn't elaborate. Just clapped me on the shoulder. Stick to the paths. Check the gates. Follow those 3 rules like scripture. You'll be all right. He left me near the security hut. The silence rushing back in. Heavier now. Filled with the echo of his words. My first few shifts were quiet. Tense. I learned the roots. The familiar night sounds. the distant roar of a lion, the strange clicking chatter from the primate house, the whisper of wind through the pines near the mountain habitat area. I meticulously followed procedure, checked locks twice, my past failure making me hypervigilant. I saw Chloe, the guard whose shift overlapped briefly with mine at the start, who just laughed when I cautiously mentioned the goat rule. Davy spooks all the newbies, she'd said. It's probably just old Bartholomew. Escapes his petting zoo pens sometimes. But Bartholomew was brown and white and small. Then, one night, doing rounds near the sparsely populated Northern Shores exhibit, my flashlight beam caught movement near the rocky polar bear enclosure. Not a bear. Standing silently by the edge of the empty moat was a large black goat, larger than any domestic breed I knew. Its coat seemed to absorb the faint security lighting, making it a hole in the darkness. Its head was raised, sniffing the air, and its eyes, catching the edge of my beam, glowed with a faint, sickly yellow light. Rule 1. Do not look it in the eyes. My heart hammered. I froze, forcing my gaze downwards, focusing on the gravel path at my feet, the flashlight beam trembling slightly. I could feel its attention shift to me, a heavy, palpable pressure, intensely curious, anciently cold. I forced myself to take slow, even breaths, and continued walking my designated path, deliberately keeping my eyes down, moving past the enclosure. It felt like walking past a loaded gun with my eyes closed. After maybe 50 yards, I risked a backward glance. The spot by the moat was empty. No sound of hoofbeats, no sign of passage, just the empty path and the unnerving silence. It hadn't been a normal goat. Rule 1 wasn't a joke. And the night suddenly felt much colder, much more dangerous. The first encounter left a permanent residue of fear. Every shadow seemed goat-shaped. Every distant animal call sounded like a potential mimicry. My patrols became tighter, faster, sticking religiously to the main paths, my flashlight beam constantly sweeping the periphery, my hand never far from the radio clipped to my belt, though what good calling for backup against that would do, I had no idea. I tried asking Davies for more information, framing it as professional curiosity. That black goat, Captain. Is it feral? Escaped livestock? Seems unusual. Davies just grunted, initialing my patrol log without looking up. Not on our inventory. Not your concern unless it breaches an animal enclosure. Stick to the rules, Flores. End of discussion. Chloe remained dismissive, though even she seemed a little quieter after I mentioned seeing something black near the polar bears. Probably just weird shadows, Maya. She insisted, but didn't quite meet my eye. Her skepticism felt less like a shield now, and more like whistling past a graveyard. The research I did during daylight hours at the Denver Public Library yielded little. Plenty on zoo management, animal behavior. Local Colorado folklore was rich with tales of mountain spirits, trickster coyotes, even vague legends of pukas or spectral animals haunting old mining territories. But nothing specific about a black goat at the zoo itself. There were, however, several archived news reports over the decades about unexplained animal mutilations found near the zoo perimeter, officially blamed on coyotes or mountain lions, and a few hushed-up accounts of guards quitting abruptly or suffering nervous breakdowns during night shifts. Circumstantial, but chilling. Then came the second encounter, maybe a week later. I was doing rounds near the hoofstock yards. Zebra, antelope, wild asses. Their large, dark shapes shifting restlessly in their enclosures under the dim security lights. The air was still, the usual night chorus of insects strangely silent. A low, guttural bleating sound, described, echoed from the shadows beyond the fence line, deeper, rougher than any domestic goat. My flashlight beam swept towards the sound, and there it was, standing not 20 yards away, just outside the perimeter fence but well within the zoo's outer grounds, partially obscured by overgrown brush. The black goat, its yellow eyes gleamed, fixed directly on me. Before I could even fully register Rule 1 and avert my gaze, it moved. Not running, not startled. It rose, smoothly, unnaturally. It lifted its forelegs from the ground and stood fully upright on its hind legs, easily 7 feet tall now, its dark silhouette stark against the faint glow of the city lights on the horizon. Its head, crowned with wickedly curved horns, tilted slightly, observing me with unnerving stillness. Rule 2. If it stands on 2 legs and watches you, drop your flashlight and bow your head. Primal terror, cold and absolute, seized me. My flashlight slipped from nerveless fingers, hitting the gravel path with a sharp clatter, and extinguishing, plunging my immediate surroundings into near darkness. I squeezed my eyes shut, heart hammering, and forced myself to bow my head deeply, neck exposed, a gesture of utter submission. Show respect, don't challenge. Silence, except for my own ragged breathing and the blood pounding in my ears. I could feel its presence, immensely cold, ancient, powerful, standing there just yards away, watching me in the dark. A faint scraping sound, like a hoof dragging lightly on stone, drifted from its direction. Then a soft snuffing sound, like an animal testing the air. It felt like an eternity passed, huddled there in the dark, head bowed, waiting. The cold intensified, seeping into my bones. The feeling of being watched lifted. Hesitantly, after another long moment, I risked opening my eyes, slowly raising my head. Darkness. Empty path. I fumbled for the flashlight, relief washing over me when its beam flickered back on. I swept the light around frantically. Nothing. The goat was gone, vanished as silently as it appeared. I scrambled back towards the main security hut. The image of that tall, bipedal silhouette burned into my mind. This wasn't just an animal, not just a ghost. This was something else. Something that commanded submission. Rule 2 wasn't just appeasement. It felt like acknowledging a dark sovereign. That night, sleep was impossible. I kept seeing the goat standing tall in the darkness. And for the first time, when I finally drifted into exhausted, uneasy slumber, just before dawn, it was there. In my dream, standing silently afoot of my bed, yellow eyes glowing in the dark, watching me sleep. 1 night down, 2 to go. The first dream was unsettling, easily dismissed as my subconscious processing the terrifying encounter near the hoofstock yards. Just nerves, I told myself. Stress, but the vividness of it. The texture of its unnaturally black coat. The exact shade of those glowing yellow eyes. The feeling of ancient cold emanating from it. Lingered long after I woke, leaving a residue of fear that clung tighter than fear. Morning mist in the zoo's lower valleys. Rule 3. If you see it in your dreams 3 nights in a row, quit. 1 night down. My shifts took on a new layer of dread. Every shadow seemed deeper, every unexplained sound potentially it. I found myself avoiding the hoofstock yards, sticking to the more central, better lit paths when possible. My interactions with Chloe became strained. I couldn't bring myself to tell her about the goat standing, or the dream. How could I? She already thought I was jumpy. She'd think I was losing it. Maybe I was. I tried talking to Davies again during a brief equipment check-in, needing some kind of anchor. Captain, I started trying to sound casual. That black goat folks sometimes see. Any actual reports on it? Or just stories? Davies finished signing a log sheet, his gaze heavy. Calls come in sometimes, he grunted. Hikers up on the ridges bordering the park mostly. Zane things in the fog. Nothing concrete. Zoo property secure. He paused, then reached into a battered desk drawer, pulling out a heavy old-fashioned iron key, dark with age. My grandpappy was head ranger here way back. I swore by old iron for settling trouble on these grounds. said certain things don't like it. He pressed it into my hand. It felt cold and solid. Keep this just in case. Can't hurt. He didn't elaborate further on the goat, but the rules you gave me. I pressed. He finally looked up, his eyes hard. Are for inside these gates, Flores. For staff safety during active observation. Based on, he hesitated, past personnel experiences. Following, you minimize risk. Simple as that. He wouldn't call it by name, wouldn't acknowledge its true nature. The denial felt deliberate, institutional. My research hit similar walls. Local libraries yielded more folklore. Tales of old scratch, haunting mountain passes. Goat-like entities tied to prospector curses. But nothing specific to the zoo grounds beyond vague mentions of the land being troubled before the zoo was built over parts of an old mining claim. And perhaps older UT grounds. I did find one obscure entry in an old park ranger's journal mentioning specific sound frequencies or patterns that seemed to distress predatory animals, and other things found near the park borders described as unnatural. The zoo's official archives, accessed via a dusty terminal in the admin building, were meticulously scrubbed of anything unusual. Staff records showed high turnover for night security, citing personal reasons or relocation. No mention of Ramirez. The name Davies had let slip before. No mention of dreams. The second dream came exactly 24 hours after the first. This time, the goat wasn't just standing at the foot of the bed. It was closer, standing beside me. It lowered its horned head, its strange yellow eyes level with mine. I could feel an unnatural cold radiating from it. Smell a faint, dry, dusty scent like old bones or dried earth. In the dream, I was paralyzed, unable to move, unable to scream. It just watched me, its gaze intense, analytical. Then, its lips seemed to pull back slightly, revealing surprisingly blunt, yellowish teeth, almost like a sheep's, but wrong. It didn't smile. It just observed. I woke up gasping, drenched in cold sweat, the feeling of those yellow eyes still burning into me. 2 nights. Panic began to set in. Rule 3 wasn't gradual. It was a countdown. Quit. Leave. Run. But quitting meant admitting defeat, meant breaking my contract, meant returning home a failure, compounded. And part of me, the stubborn, foolish part, still needed to understand. What was this thing? Why the rules? Why the dreams? More terrifyingly, would quitting even work now? Would it follow? I became jumpy, irritable. Chloe noticed. Okay, Maya, for real, she said, catching me by the arm after I nearly jumped out of my skin when a peacock let out its startling shriek near the aviary. You look like hell. You haven't slept, have you? What's going on? This time I broke. I told her about the rules, the first sighting, the goat standing up, the 2 dreams. I expected dismissal, maybe pity. Instead, her face went pale. The dreams, she whispered, her own eyes wide now. You're dreaming about it twice now, I admitted, my voice barely audible. Rule 3 says if it's 3 nights, you quit, she finished, her voice tight. Yeah, Davies told me the same thing when I started. She looked around nervously. Maya, maybe you should, seriously. Ramirez, the guy before you. He talked about the dreams too. Laughed it off at first. Then he just didn't show up one day. Cleaned out his locker overnight. Her fear, her validation, was somehow worse than skepticism. It made Rule 3 terrifyingly real. One more dream. One more night shift. Unless I quit first. I resolved then and there. Finish this shift. Tell Davies I was invoking Rule 3 based on the 2 dreams and the escalating encounters, and leave. Face the consequences later. Survival first. But the night wasn't finished with me yet. My final patrol hour dragged, each minute thick with dread. I stuck to the main paths, the heavy iron key a reassuring weight in my pocket, my flashlight beam skittering nervously. I mentally rehearsed my resignation speech for Davies. Just get through this last hour. Then my radio crackled. It wasn't dispatch. It was Chloe's voice, thin and filled with static, cutting through the usual hiss. Maya, can you read me? Something's weird up here, near the old mountain gate. Thought I saw lights. Her transmission dissolved into a burst of harsh static, then silence. Chloe? I called back frantically. Chloe, repeat. What's your status? Only static answered. My blood ran cold. Chloe shouldn't have been anywhere near the closed mountain habitat on the zoo's northern edge. A sprawling artificial rock structure, deemed structurally unsound, fenced off. A place Davies had explicitly warned me to avoid. Bad spot. Always was. Had she gone investigating something, or been lured there? Forget Rule 3. Forget quitting. Chloe was potentially in danger. I spun the golf cart around, heading up the dark, overgrown service track towards the mountain habitat. Flashlight beam bouncing erratically. The air grew colder, the normal night sounds of the zoo fading into an unnerving stillness the closer I got. Reaching the rusted perimeter gate of the habitat, I saw her flashlight lying on the ground just inside, beam still on, pointing towards the main cave structure built into the rock face. The gate itself was slightly ajar. Its heavy chain lock snapped clean through. Chloe, I yelled, drawing my heavy-duty flashlight. I gripped the iron key Davies had given me tightly in my other hand. Pushing through the gate, I stepped into the silent, shadowed enclosure. The ground underfoot felt strangely soft, muffling my footsteps. The air was heavy, still, smelling of damp rock and something else. A faint, musky animal scent that wasn't unpleasant, just fundamentally wrong. I swept the beam across the artificial rock face towards the dark cave mouth, and then I saw it, standing silently just inside the cave entrance, partially obscured by shadow. The black goat. It wasn't looking at me initially. It was looking down at something near its feet. With dawning horror, I saw it was Chloe, curled on the cave floor, seemingly unconscious or frozen, her face pale in the spill of my flashlight beam. The goat slowly raised its head, turning its glowing yellow eyes directly towards me. It didn't stand this time, but it opened its mouth slightly, and a low guttural bleat echoed from the cave, a sound that felt less like an animal noise and more like ancient, mocking amusement. It had lured Chloe here, and now it was waiting for me. My third dream hadn't happened yet. Rule 3 hadn't fully mandated my departure in its strictest sense. But standing there, facing the entity guarding my unconscious colleague, knowing I couldn't leave her, I realized the rules were secondary. This was the confrontation the entity had been building towards, dream or no dream. Quitting was no longer an option. I had to get Chloe out, which meant dealing with the groundskeeper first. My hand tightened on the iron key. My mind raced, recalling my research. The ranger's journal entry about disruptive sounds. Davy's grandfather's faith in iron. Time to see if the legends held any truth. The black goat stood motionless in the cave mouth, a figure of impossible shadow against the deeper darkness within, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on me. Below it, Chloe lay unnervingly still. The low, guttural bleating sound it emitted vibrated in the air, filled with ancient malice. Rule 3 was irrelevant now. Chloe was here. The entity was here. My hand tightened around the cold, heavy iron key Davies had given me. "Get away from her!" I shouted, my voice cracking but loud, trying to project an authority I didn't feel. I stepped forward, past the snapped gate chain, into the shadowed enclosure, holding the iron key out before me like a makeshift ward. The goat reacted instantly to the iron and my direct challenge. It let out a piercing, high-pitched shriek, a sound utterly unnatural, like scraping metal and tearing cloth, and lowered its horned head, pawing the ground. Its form seemed to flicker, the shadows around it deepening, coalescing. It was preparing to charge. No time for Rule 1, averting eyes, or Rule 2, bowing. This was confrontation. My past failure, freezing on that mountain trail, flashed in my mind, fueling a desperate surge of adrenaline. Not again. As the goat lunged forward with terrifying speed, I didn't run. I stood my ground, gripping the iron key, and thrust it forward towards the creature's lowered head, aiming for the space between those glowing eyes. A jarring crack echoed as cold iron met something, not solid bone, but a strange resistance, like hitting packed ice or dense static. The goat recoiled with another ear-splitting shriek, stumbling back, shaking its horned head. Where the iron key had made contact, the shadow around its form seemed to sizzle faintly, dissipating momentarily like smoke. It worked. Iron disrupted it. It glared at me, fury blazing in its yellow eyes. It circled, moving with unnatural silence and speed, trying to get around me towards Chloe. I kept myself between them, brandishing the iron key, forcing the entity to keep its distance. It lunged again, feinting left, then darting right. I scrambled back, nearly tripping over a loose rock, swinging the key defensively. It didn't connect fully this time, but the proximity of the iron clearly kept the creature wary. It stopped, regarding me with cold calculation. Then the environment itself seemed to turn hostile. The wind howled through the rocks above, dislodging small pebbles. Strange, chittering whispers seemed to emanate from the cave walls. The temperature plummeted further. Shadows detached themselves from the rock face, elongating, reaching towards me like grasping claws. Psychological warfare, trying to break my focus, feed my fear. Maya, Chloe moaned weakly from the cave floor, stirring slightly. Her movement drew the goat's attention instantly. It ignored me, turning back towards her, lowering its head again. "No!" I yelled, knowing I couldn't hold it off defensively forever. I remembered the old ranger's journal entry. Sound disruption. I fumbled for the standard issue security whistle around my neck, raised it to my lips, and blew the specific, trilling, rapid-fire sequence I'd barely deciphered from the faded ink. A pattern described as unsettling to things that walk the park's edges. The piercing, patterned shriek of the whistle cut through the air, echoing sharply off the rocks. The effect was even more dramatic than the iron. The goat staggered back as if physically struck, shaking its head violently. Its form flickered wildly, unstable, the shadows around it dissolving and reforming. The whispers from the walls dissolved into static hissing. It let out a frustrated, enraged braying sound, turning its glowing eyes back to me, filled now not just with malice, but with something that looked almost like pained confusion. It couldn't handle the specific sound and the iron simultaneously, saying my chance while it was disoriented. I lunged forward, scooped up Chloe, who felt terrifyingly light, into a fireman's carry, never taking my eyes off the flickering goat. Holding the iron key out defensively with my free hand, I backed slowly out of the cave mouth, out of the enclosure, dragging the heavy gate shut behind us with my foot. I fumbled with a broken chain, managing to loop it through the latch, securing it weakly but hopefully enough. The goat watched us from the darkness of the cave, its form still flickering, its yellow eyes burning with hatred. It made no move to follow past the gate line. And, heart pounding, gasping for breath, I carried Chloe away from the mountain habitat, back towards the main zoo paths, leaving the ancient guardian temporarily repelled, trapped behind its own broken boundary, the heavy iron key clutched tight in my neck, and feeling strangely warm now. Getting Chloe back to the main security hut, Felt like crossing a finish line after running a marathon through hell. She was conscious now, but groggy, disoriented, shivering violently, with no memory of the cave or the goat, only of feeling suddenly unwell near the mountain habitat gate, and then darkness. Standard procedure would be calling paramedics, citing possible hypothermia or a reaction to something environmental. But I knew better. I radioed Davies, my voice tight. Captain, incident at the old mountain habitat. Found Chloe Miller unresponsive, experiencing disorientation. Gate lock compromised. I have her at the main security hut now, requesting immediate assistance. I deliberately omitted the goat, the fight, the key, the whistle. Let him connect the dots. Davies arrived within minutes, his face grim, taking in Chloe's pale face, my own scratched and disheveled appearance, the lingering tension in the air. He checked Chloe's vitals, his movements efficient, professional. Hypothermia looks like, he grunted, wrapping her in an emergency blanket. Probably wandered too close to the cold seep near the old caves up there. A plausible, mundane explanation readily offered, but his eyes met mine over Chloe's head, and they held a different understanding. While another guard who'd arrived with Davies tended to Chloe, Davies pulled me aside, outside the hut, into the cold pre-dawn air. Report, Flores, he said quietly, his voice low. And don't insult my intelligence with cold seeps. I told him everything. The two dreams. My decision to quit at shift's end. Chloe's radio call. Finding her, the goat standing guard. Finding her, the goat standing guard. The confrontation. Using the iron key he'd given me. Remembering the ranger's notes about the whistle pattern. The entity recoiling. The escape. Davies listened silently, rubbing his jaw, his gaze fixed on the distant, dark silhouette of the mountain habitat against the paling sky. When I finished, he let out a long breath. The founder's key, he murmured, looking at the heavy iron key I still held, now hanging loosely from my fingers. My grandfather was head ranger here back then. He called it that. Said it could settle the groundskeeper. Keep it from crossing certain lines if presented with intent. Always thought it was just one of his stories. Didn't know he actually passed it down through the old equipment. He shook his head. And that whistle rhythm. Figures old manager's notes survived somewhere. He looked back at me, his expression a mixture of disbelief and grim respect. You confronted it, directly, with the key and the sound. Had to. It had Chloe. Most would have run, Davies said flatly. Most did. That's why Rule 3 exists. 2 dreams, let alone 3, means it's actively marked you, focused on you. Following it out, leaving the grounds, was the only known way to try and break that focus before. He didn't finish. Nobody ever fought it off after it showed that level of interest. Not and stayed sane, anyway. He finally seemed to accept the truth I represented. The groundskeeper, he said, his voice heavy with resignation. It's tied to this land. Older than the zoo, older than Denver, probably. Territorial. Doesn't like intruders during its watch. The rules. They were just ways the staff figured out over generations to avoid provoking it. Stay out of its direct notice. Appeasement. Avoidance. He looked at the key in my hand. But that's different. That's defense. That's changing the terms. He clapped a heavy hand on my shoulder. You survived, Flores. More than survived. But you understand what this means, right? It knows you now. Knows you can resist. Knows how. It won't forget that key or that whistle. He sighed. You can still quit. Now Chloe's okay. I can report you left for personal reasons after the stress. No one would question it, especially now. I looked back towards the mountain habitat, then at the iron key in my hand. Leaving felt wrong now. Irresponsible. I had faced it. I had found a defense, however fragile. Leaving felt like abandoning this post, leaving the next unsuspecting newbie to face it alone. My past inaction screamed against running away again. "I'm staying," I said, my voice quiet but firm. "But things need to change, Captain. We need better protocols than just hiding and hoping." Davy studied me for a long moment, reading the resolve in my eyes. He sighed again, a sound of infinite weariness, but nodded slowly. "Figured you might say that." He reached into his own pocket, pulled out a small, folded piece of oilcloth. Inside were dried sprigs of specific mountain herbs, pungent and earthy. "Grandpappy swore by these too. Said they cloud the scent. Make it harder for things like him to track you in dreams." He pressed the pouch into my hand. "Welcome to the real night watch, Flores. Try not to get eaten." Summer gave way to the crisp, cool nights of Colorado autumn. I remained on the night shift at the Denver Zoo. Chloe, unsurprisingly, transferred to daytime educational programs immediately after the incident, her face still pale whenever she saw me near closing time. Our friendship survived, but now held an undercurrent of shared trauma and unspoken knowledge. Davies treated me with a new level of wary respect, occasionally sharing fragments of old handwritten security logs, or pointing out areas where the groundskeeper was historically most active, tacitly acknowledging my new, unsanctioned role. Life settled into a state of perpetual vigilance, but proactive now, not just reactive. Armed with the heavy iron founder's key, which I now kept on a sturdy lanyard around my neck, the pouch of pungent herbs from Davies, and the knowledge wrested from experience and research, I changed my patrol patterns. I learned the entity's rhythms, its preferred territories, the hoofstock yards near dusk, the silent primate panorama building after midnight, the closed mountain habitat always holding a residual chill. Rule 1, don't look in its eyes, remained paramount. Avoid direct challenge unless necessary. When I saw the black goat now, a flicker of movement in the shadows, a silhouette against the moonlight, I averted my gaze, but gripped the iron key, projecting calm authority, reinforcing the boundary. It often vanished quicker now, less inclined to linger. Rule 2, standing on two legs, still demanded respect, but not blind submission. It happened once more, near the empty bare grottos. The goat rose tall and menacing. I didn't drop my flashlight this time, keeping the beam deliberately low, away from its eyes. I bowed my head slightly, but held the iron key visibly before me. A low growl rumbled from its chest, but it didn't advance. After a tense moment, it dropped back to four legs and melted into the shadows. Appeasement tempered with defense. A new protocol. Rule 3, dreams, was the hardest battleground. The herbs helped. The dreams lessened in frequency and intensity, becoming fragmented, less direct. But they never vanished entirely. Some nights I still woke with the memory of glowing yellow eyes, the feeling of cold breath on my neck. The connection, once made, felt permanent. Quitting was no longer a guaranteed option. Leaving might not ensure safety now, as Davies had warned. It might follow. My only choice was to stand my ground here, maintain the uneasy truce. It was a lonely vigil, protecting the sleeping animals, the oblivious day staff, the city just beyond the gates, from something ancient and territorial. My past trauma, the guilt of inaction, found a strange resolution here. Not by forgetting, but by choosing action every single night, facing the fear, holding the line. Tonight, a cold wind sweeps down from the Rockies, rattling the last leaves from the aspens. I'm doing my final round near the main gate. The zoo is silent, bathed in the cool glow of security lights. Then I see it, standing silently under the massive iron archway of the entrance, blocking my path towards the security hut and the end of my shift. The black goat. It doesn't rise. It doesn't growl. It just watches me, yellow eyes gleaming in the darkness, utterly still. A test? A reminder? A simple statement of presence? I stop, perhaps 20 yards away, My hand rests on the iron key at my neck. My flashlight beam stays low, pointed at the ground between us. We stand there for a long moment, locked in a silent negotiation. The wind whispers through the trees. A distant siren offers a lonely cry from the city beyond the walls. Then slowly, deliberately, I nod my head once, acknowledging its presence, its power, but also asserting my own right to be here, my role as the current guardian of this threshold. The goat holds my gaze for another heartbeat, then dips its horned head slightly, almost imperceptibly, an answering gesture, or merely dismissal. Then, with fluid silence, it turns and melts back into the deep shadows of the zoo grounds, vanishing completely. I let out a slow breath, the tension easing slightly. The truce holds. For tonight, I continue my walk towards the gate, towards the end of my shift. The final sound isn't a scream or a growl. It's just my own steady footsteps crunching softly on the gravel path, under the vast, cold Colorado sky, and the quiet jingle of the iron key against my jacket, the wary guardian, walking her post, keeping the deeper darkness at bay, one night at a time. Some rules are made to keep you safe. Others are made to keep something else at bay. Maya followed them, until she couldn't. Now she walks the night paths not as a survivor, but as the next line of defense, knowing that one night, the goat might not stop walking. If you felt the chill crawl up your spine tonight, give this video a like, share it with someone who breaks rules, and subscribe for more true tales from the shadows. We'll be waiting. Same time, same fear. You've made it to the end, but not everyone does. The rules you heard tonight, some are just stories. Others might already be watching you. If you enjoyed the fear and felt that chill down your spine, leave a comment and let the others know you survived. And if you dare come back for more, hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you don't miss the next rule that might just save your life. Until next time, keep your lights on, and remember, some rules were made to never be broken.